We are not. I'd like to call the meeting of Berlin Township Trustees to order. If you please rise and join me in the pledge of allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Trustee Fuller. Here. Trustee O'Brien. Here. Trustee Randall.
Here.
Okay, that brings us next to public comment. Public comment is open to the public for making comments. We'd like to limit your time to 3 minutes and direct your conversation to me. You may or may not get a response. So do we have any public comment tonight?
You're asking for comments?
Yes.
My name's Don Myers, Shanahan Road. I'm questioning about cemetery over on 23.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to you guys 3 or 4 months ago, and what kind of a decision is made as far as the whole cemetery system? As far as plots, sale. I'm one who was in the lawsuit, and the court's got my paperwork, and they owe me either $3,250 or 5 plots. And what I want to know is what's going to become of us people. There's 34 of them in the same situation I am, 30 or 40 that's already paid for, prepaid for their burial. Okay, what's going to become of us?
If you get an attorney, the attorney will talk to you about the
Excuse me.
what the court did.
Excuse me, you'll have to speak up.
What the court did is the court took the cemetery away from the people that had it.
Yeah, I
Because
understand.
they took a lot of money from people and didn't provide services. That's why they ended up going to prison, was for the fraud involved in taking money and not providing services. When the court gave they gave the cemetery to the township, the thing that was directly done was and everyone that had sent money for markers, pre-done services, all that sort of stuff, that was all gone. It's from the court. It was not transferred to the township. The township does not take ownership of that. The township got no money associated with it. The court did away with it. The only thing that the township is liable for in the cemetery is providing grave spaces to people that can prove ownership. Now, if we've got a record of the ownership, that acts as proof. But if we don't have a record of it, because there's about 5 years of records that were not kept. They didn't keep books, they didn't keep that sort of stuff, they kept it all on the computer. And with it being on the computer, and the computer was never turned over to the court, never turned over to the township, those 5 years of records don't exist. But if you've got a receipt, you've got that sort of information, we'll work with you to look at it and see if we can establish proof of ownership. That's for the ownership of the lot. It doesn't get the grave open, it doesn't do anything else, all it is the ownership of the right to be buried there.
I've got the paperwork, not with me tonight, but I've got the paperwork. Originally, in 1968, I worked for Commercial Motor Freight. Commercial, when they first started a cemetery over there,
1968?
1968,
Okay.
okay? They made a deal with the cemetery to sell the Teamster guy, burial lots. Family burial lots, $350. I paid it. Okay, and then when the other gentleman took over the cemetery, they could build a mausoleum. Well, my wife at that time, she didn't want to be buried. She wanted a mausoleum, so we traded the plots for the mausoleum, which you know where it's at.
The mausoleum doesn't exist anymore.
I know it's stacked up in the back.
It-
Well, they must have took care of it because when they took it down, they stacked it up, but evidently it's gone now. Okay, well, anyway, so when Martin took it over, I don't know, that whole deal was a mess, and I guess they got another year in their pen. Anyway, he's still on my front porch, the year before he was indicted. I still got his carbon pocket, and he said, we owe you $3,350, or $3,200, whichever one it is, or 5 plots. We don't have any money. I said, I know you don't. He said, come get 5 plots, pick them up. Well, I didn't get around to it till then that all come about. I got the paperwork on the original, everything. Okay, all I'm wanting is, I know you guys don't have any money in the pot either. All I want is my 5 plots with the right to sell. I don't care where they're at, that's what I want.
Have you been working with Tim? Let me ask you that.
Pardon?
Have you been working at all with Tim before? Tim is.
I called him once and talked to him briefly, that's what I actually took over there. And I called him 3 times after that, no response.
Okay, we're not gonna settle it tonight, but we need to get back with Tim and get the information in. We'll take a look at it and see what we can do. That's all we can do.
Well, there's stipulations,
And as far as
there's stipulations in the lots that I've got here in Berlin Township. I can't sell my plot, and I've got 2 extra ones here. I can't sell them to anybody except my family. Okay, I'm not gonna be buried over in the swamp, okay? I've got plots here. But I need the right of way to sell them to anyone I want to, once I get it.
The board has decided that we won't sell lots. We won't authorize the sale of lots. Just a minute. The board is only transferring lots to family members. We're not selling lots.
I understand, according to your bylaws here, that's what you're doing. But in my case, I'm not gonna be buried over there, and I don't have any family, my family's gonna be buried here.
I understand.
Now, I'd rather have the money.
I understand what you want, I understand that sort of stuff. We're gonna talk with Tim, and we can bring it back to the board if the board wants to change the rules. As it is right now, you're out the money. This is what it stands.
So everybody
If you want to use those lots, for family members and that sort of thing, we will support that.
I don't want, or I already used it.
So at that point, we're not transferring, we're not selling, because we don't know, who owns what, quite truthfully. We don't have a good record of who owns what, we don't have a good record of who's buried what. Or the people that are buried there.
Yeah, I talked to Larry about that, he said, right now it's a mess, I understand it.
This cemetery back here is totally different, you know, what we do there is.
That's not my problem. My problem is 5 lots for $3,250.
We understand. We'll work with Tim and we'll work with the prosecutor to figure out what we should recommend to the trustees.
Well, I went to the prosecutor, and he modeled up that waste of time.
Okay. Have you got a business card? Someone that has my number and it has Tim's number.
I've done all that, I've been talking to him, I was here 3 or 4 months ago,
And Tim's the one that we're working everything through because we want all the knowledge to flow through one person. So that's why we're working with Tim, making sure that the story is the same for everyone.
well,
Okay. And we're not happy with the situation either. We don't like it.
I keep not following all this, because, and I'm not asking for money. All I'm asking it for is the lots so I can sell it.
Understand. I understand what you're asking for.
And then I don't care where they're at over there. And I know you don't know where anybody else is over there.
Mhm.
You had a couple of graves and just been over there in the last month or so. It's probably a different type of job. Alright. Who do I bring the paperwork to?
Okay, and so we've got to get the paperwork to Tim and to the prosecutor, make sure that they both got copies of it, but Tim's the key person on this whole thing. And
I
I'll be working with
can't
Tim.
hear you, part, I'm sorry.
Pardon?
I can't hear you.
Tim Ford is the key person on this.
All right, I'm digging out where they're at, they've been buried out for 4 or 5 years. But, I'll dig him out, and he's the one to talk to.
He's the one to talk to, we'll work our way through it. It's gonna take some time to sort it out, you understand? Okay. Any other public comments? Okay, with that, we'll move on to the schedule. First item on the schedule is approval of minutes.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to defer the approval of minutes to the next meeting. I don't have the time to thoroughly review what I did review. There were some recommendations for the fiscal officer's consideration. Are the meeting minutes from March 3rd up on the website now?
I sent them to Kathy, I don't know.
Okay, you provided them, Kathy. Great.
And I printed them there on the cell phone there for signing.
Okay.
April, March.
Great.
So do we have any to approve?
No,
Okay,
but we are down to only 3.
and so we carry those on the schedule and add to the list. Okay, fire department levy renewal.
Okay, so we did, the fiscal officer just provided us the certificate of, estimated property tax revenue for, the fire EMS group, renewal. So that then allows us to go to, proceed, a resolution, and this was provided to us by the, county prosecutor on May 28th, I think. Yes. So, if the board is inclined, since we have received this, I'll do it by text because it's several pages long. I move, a resolution to proceed with the submission of the question of levying a renewal of an existing tax in excess of 10 mil limitation to provide for fire protection as provided by the prosecutor's office on May 28th.
Second.
So on discussion, there are some blanks in it that have to be filled out from this document that was provided by the auditor today.
Yes, take this and put it into that document. That's correct.
And also point for discussion, what resolution number was that?
What is our next resolution?
The resolution of necessity was 240536. This will be resolution 240604.
Can we fill in the blanks right now?
I'm not sure how to fill all of them out. I have gone ahead and filled in a signature page.
Mm-hmm.
If the board is inclined to do that.
I think it's
Sign without details.
right. I mean, well, but you can fill it out based on this information, and then we can put it back there and have us sign it and delete it.
And so part of the motion is authorizing Jeff to put in fill in the blanks.
Yes.
From the information.
I'll take that as a amendment.
I've looked through it, I'm not entirely sure on all of them. I will get together with Mr. Stocko to get it filled out correctly.
Sounds good.
We've got a motion and a second. What I would like for the motion to include is a paragraph, or we can do it as a second motion, to authorize you, Ken, to work with Jeff and the prosecutor to take the information from the auditor, properly fill in the blanks and all that sort of stuff. So that it's done correctly. And with that, I would be more than willing to authorize it and go forward.
Okay. I take that as a friendly, no place at the forum.
So how do we get there?
That would just be incorporated in the motion.
Authorize trustee O'Brien and fiscal officer Jordan to collaborate with attorney Stocco to fill in the remaining forms, to complete the form, to complete the resolution to proceed and present it to the trustees for signature.
Can we make that as a friendly modification to your
Yes.
motion?
Yes.
Okay, so it's in there, and so right now what we would do is we would authorize, go ahead, and you would work to get all that put together and send it to,
Well, the fiscal officer will send it, I believe, to, well, we'll go through, Assistant Prosecutor Stocco, but it'll wind up at the Board of Elections.
okay, but I mean, the next step is to not go to the board of elections, it takes a signature from 3 people.
Right. Well, it takes 4 because the fiscal officer has to sign.
Like the fiscal officer, doesn't the treasurer and the auditor and everybody agree on everything, and then we gets this process to the board of elections?
I didn't think so.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
They don't need to sign this document on it, I imagine it'll take more. And I have a question if I can interrupt. This resolution then is not gonna be 04. It's going to be, what we've done with 04 is we've authorized us to fill it out. Is that correct?
I was doing it all in one motion.
Okay, so
But
this will be resolution number 240604, right? Okay.
So that would be the resolution number, Jeff, but when you have to make certain that you include in the wording of the motion, the initial aspects.
so that would be,
That would be the exhibit for the resolution, but then in the motion, you'll have to fill the details that go on to authorize you all.
I know I'm asking a bunch of dumb questions, but I want to make sure that we got this correct.
well, we will have it accomplished, and if it's not what we need, because sometimes there's technicality. Because anybody can make a mistake in this process, but we'll have to find it out before the meeting in July. Because the meeting in July is the very last drop dead time.
Because that's the last meeting before the, well,
Drop
actually,
dead
we
time.
have 2 meetings in July. That's the last meeting before,
The
after
first
the
one, yes.
available for the August deadline to get it on the ballot for the fall election.
Yeah,
August 7 is the deadline. We will not have an August meeting before August 7.
and, I'll leave it at that for this, but we may need a special meeting before our July meeting.
No problem, no problem.
Not for this, but if this gets to a point where we need to do it and we need a special meeting, I'll put it on the special meeting. But,
So we'll get the form filled out, and assuming we approve it, and then it moves forward, and we'll send that to the board of election for all the signatures.
well, the fiscal officer will, because it has to come from him.
Gotcha, but it'll be sent to the board of elections, and then will they come back to us, or will they send it back to us? Or is there an approval there?
No, but usually if they see an error, they don't have to tell us, but they oftentimes say, hey, you got a problem. But they don't have to do that because it's not really the director or the assistant director who approves it, it's really the board of elections that approve it. And by the time they see it, it's past the deadline to submit it. But usually the director or the assistant director of the board of elections will alert an entity if they anticipate problems. but that's not their duty.
Is there a Board of Elections attorney that could take a look at it and see if there's any issue, or will they do?
That would be, Mark Fowler.
Okay. So, now, we have a motion on the floor to pass it, and for you to fill it out, and you have our authorization in that motion to be able to fill it out, fill in the blanks and use the information that, Auditor Kaiser gave us, and that information, should go in that form.
Yes.
And then the form will be forwarded to, by the fiscal officer to the Board of Elections.
Yes.
Is that agreed, or agreed? Any other discussion? Call roll, please.
Bullard,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay, now, do we need to sign it?
Well, we have to fill out the blanks first.
I will get together with Mr. Stocko tomorrow,
Okay,
or as soon as he's able.
when do we sign it? I thought.
After it's filled out, so before the next meeting, because we've had authorization to fill it out.
Mhm.
And then, assuming that you're comfortable with it, you'll sign it, and that'll be fine. If you're not comfortable with it, we'll have another meeting.
So do we have to have another meeting to get another motion to be able to sign?
No.
Okay. Can we sign it individually, or
Yes.
does that have to be witnessed and authorized?
No, just a signature. Here's a copy of the page.
Okay, so if you let us know, then we can get it.
Looks like that.
Gotcha. I just want to make sure that
That's right.
it's important.
Yes.
To get on there correctly,
Exactly.
and nobody says it backwards. Okay, anything else on the levy?
No.
The one statement that we need to make is that the renewal levy is, or the levy is a renewal, not a replacement nor a new levy. It's a renewal of the existing levy, which takes into account the reduction in the amount of taxes the taxpayers have to pay before, because of it being a renewal of an old levy.
Correct. So that saves the taxpayers 10%.
But all taxpayers understand.
Yes.
But it's a reduction, but it's not a reduction in the amount of money. Okay. Anything else?
No.
Personnel issues?
We have not, this item was predicated on, the union passing or denying. It was predicated on taking action on the, collective bargaining agreement. That has not happened yet. I just reviewed my email, and I believe they wanted a minor correction to the contract. Our attorney agreed, so it's back in their ballpark. It's back in there. They're working on it.
So we should expect a special meeting sometime on
Yes, as I anticipated 6 weeks ago.
firefighter testing?
That is progressing. The test has been constructed and will be given on the day of, there'll be 3 activities. One will be the physical, the second will be the written test, and the third will be the interviews. And that's coming up in about a little less than 3 weeks.
Okay. Requisitions?
Okay, so the first one I have is requisition, and this has been provided to number 2024-19 to Wise Heating and Cooling, and it's labeled as emergency repair on air conditioning unit. So my definition and Chief's definition of emergency was different. To me, it meant it had to be done now. You know, have a meeting with less than 24 hours. No. he just wanted it on tonight. But it
Oh.
does need to happen.
Yeah,
So it's an emergency in the sense that it needs to happen and we're not going to, debate it for, but it wasn't like it had to be done like that.
Yeah.
So I would appreciate taking action on it now because it does need to happen.
Can I ask a question
Yes.
before you do that? That's a $6,000 some requisition.
Yes.
What would it cost to get a new year?
They evaluated that, and I don't know the answer, but, it was highly recommended that that was not needed at this time. That's all I know.
Because that unit's only 15 years old, 18 years old, thereabouts. And, I was just curious about, because
And,
$7,000 is a long way for buying a new unit.
yes, and the discussion originally was to replace it.
Mhm.
But they said, you don't need to, it's just a coil.
Okay. Did you answer my question?
So I move that we approve appropriation to Rice Heating and Cooling for an amount of $8,200.80 with the anticipated cost of $6,834 for the purpose of a repair on the air conditioning units.
Second. Discussion? All roll please.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
Brown.
yes,
Okay, the second one, if you refer back to, I'm going to take the levy remind you that, but if you refer to the email that Chief sent, on June 7th, we have been working on the engineering for the review of the structural integrity of the fire station. And I was not, I'm okay with the vendor, I'm okay with the amount, but I wasn't okay with the way it was written. So I asked for Chief to have him redo that. But what I would like the board's consideration is to authorize an amount up to. See, the way it was written, it was unlimited, which was not the intent. But I don't care what the intent is, it's what it said. So the first hour is $799 for the first hour and the report. Each additional hour is $190. So what I had Chief do was rewrite it, and so he's got an anticipated cost of $1,179. So that's what I would approve, but it's not the actual requisition. And then, but it'll allow Chief to spend up to $1,179 for this purpose. If it's not sufficient, we'll come back and reauthorize more.
In conjunction with the liaison.
Yes. Okay.
So did he get it rewritten or?
No, and he's on vacation, but he has sent it back to have it rewritten. And it's possible it's rewritten, but, he's on vacation.
is this urgent that we should take action tonight on this, or?
I think, it's important. And,
Wasn't like,
and I think it's more urgent than waiting until our next meeting. But it's not like, the quality of the firm is a good match to what our need is. And so I don't really want to spend time figuring away. The amount that they're asking is not exorbitant.
yeah, I
So,
agree with that.
so I don't.
It's
see-
just that, it's mainly like the language and the details.
I know.
Can we make a motion authorizing you as liaison to work with them? To spend up to that amount
Yes.
with that vendor?
Yes.
Can you do that?
So I move that we approve appropriation of an amount not to exceed $1,179 to, and it's very difficult to pronounce this, Criterium hyphen Lizk engineers. So CRITERIUM hyphen LISZKAY. For the purpose of I'll call it structural engineering services.
Second,
Discussion? Call the roll, please.
Rail,
yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
That is all for requisitions.
Okay. Other issues at the fire station?
So this is the purpose of this engineering. So after we get that, we'll make some recommendations. And I don't think it's going to be an easy fix.
I got some questions, which, until we've gotten the
Report.
report and the work, that doesn't mean anything.
So can I talk about an ancillary issue? And that is when I go around and I look at where the tanker has been parked and some of the heavier equipment, it's causing damage to the floor in the Bay Area, which is not where the school was built. So I wonder about the long-term prospect of it as a fire station. And I know we've been thinking cold storage. I just wonder if, this is not what I'm recommending. It's just something Chief put in my head. Is that perhaps that would make a good roads and perhaps even facility for a township hall. But I don't know that until we get the structural engineering report back, I don't want to make a recommendation anywhere near that. But just something to think about. If we were to do that, of course, the general fund would have to reimburse the fire fund for the amount that was expended on the, but when we go back, cold storage isn't going to be that much cheaper. It really isn't.
The damage that's occurred to the floor, is that, how thick is the floor? I mean,
Well, see, I wonder if it's supposed to, because I don't see why we're getting the damage.
Well, I can understand the damage if the material underneath is settling. Because suddenly that floor, instead of being on the solid surface, is bridging, it's acting as a bridge. So it could be caused by that, or could be that it was never put in as thick as it should have been, which is.
And the materials were substandard. I mean, that could also be done.
An awful lot depends on this engineering report.
Mm-hmm.
We need to put as much detail into what the questions are that we want to ask around that
Mm-hmm.
as we can, which is, is settling a problem for more of the building than we think it is, or was the floor sufficient for the what we're in there? And I don't know, there's probably other questions that need to be asked, those definitely need to be asked and answered.
You're right.
And do they have a recommended way of is the other thing. Could be very expensive. Okay. Anything else on it?
And not on that.
So that should be on there for the July meeting.
Yes, I would just talk about it as fire station issues, not just odor, because it's a bigger issue
Yeah.
than just odor.
I mean, it's structural. There's not, it's a little bit misleading to say, they're smelling this. It's like, the
Okay,
building itself.
we made the motion of that, did we vote on
I don't think
it? We had a motion to vote on or not?
I don't think there's a motion made.
Did we do the 799 one? The 1179.
Yes, we did a motion, or we did a vote on
We did.
appropriating the 1179. Yes, we did.
So, we can do that, okay. Okay, new fire truck delivery.
So, chief is still working on that, and, I believe, fiscal officer found the contract, and has he come and looked at it yet? The contract?
Brandon? Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
He was
he's,
in on Friday.
I think that he was going to then go this afternoon and discuss that. So he's working that issue too. Now remember, he has a lot of issues and he's part-time. So, things take longer than if he was full-time.
Understand.
But he's doing a good job.
Well, and I think it had a meeting scheduled for the 25th with the salesman that sold it to us. I think that was the date. And, we just see where it leads. The question I've got is, what's changed that we can believe what they're saying now?
Well, they may tell us the truth and we won't like it because of the contract, we can push it back. But going backwards 18 months on the delivery of the fire truck is, I think, rather extreme.
I mean, it's,
They haven't even started on it.
no,
They aren't even thinking of starting on it
And that's the problem.
yet. It is. And if there's an escalation clause in there, that's what's going to take me through. Because if they can force the time
Yeah.
back and then charge
Yeah,
us,
church, yeah.
that I have a
Oh,
problem.
I know.
I mean, I have a problem with pushing it back anyway.
Yeah.
We're just fortunate that our other trucks are older now.
Mhm.
But that makes me think, I don't want to talk about the zoning case coming up, but if we have to have a
I understand.
aerial,
I got a question on that too.
who knows how long it takes to do an aerial?
Mhm.
And I don't want to buy an aerial if we don't have the buildings that need protected.
Mhm.
Because you're talking about a piece of equipment, $3 to $4 million.
Mhm.
That's all they have.
Okay. Road department, is there anything else on fire department?
No, thank you.
Okay. There was a letter that we received. Did you get a copy of that?
Yeah, for the ditch petition.
No, on fire department, it's gonna take me a second to get it up, I think, for a minute. Ben Swiner on fair wages.
Oh, did you see my reply?
No, I did not. The only thing I've got is,
Maybe I don't want to reply to that.
No, I saw it.
So,
so you did reply to him, that sort of stuff. Good, so that's not something we need to worry about at this point. Okay, road department, Griffith 391 disposition as it relates to, North Road drainage. We need to make a resolution authorizing Jesse Dean to attend the meeting on July 1st and, authorize him to speak for the board. And I was planning on being there to speak for the board as well.
I'm not comfortable with Jesse speaking on behalf of the board, but I am comfortable with authorizing you to speak on behalf of the board.
And I was planning to go as well.
Or you.
Well, not or, I think I am.
I'm happy to authorize you or him.
Okay. Or both.
Or both, I suppose, although it seems redundant. And then if you guys disagree, then, so probably or.
Yeah, but I don't think we'll disagree.
No, but in the event that you would, do you wanna? At that point, you guys are just the board.
Mhm.
You don't need to be authorized, because you guys are the majority. You know what I'm saying?
I don't disagree.
So, what do we want to do?
I think it should be board members.
Or,
I think it should be board members. I think, Road Superintendent Peden does an excellent job. I just think it's elected to an elected. And in that role, I think that they will respond to us more than him. There's roles that he does that staff will listen to staff more than they'll listen to the elected. But I just think in that situation, it should be an elected.
I'm a little bit, I would, same conclusion with different, sports. So, Superintendent Peden does a fantastic job, and I would be perfectly fine with one of you deferring to his expertise. But for him to serve as a representative of the board when board members are there just doesn't make sense to me. If maybe no board members were present and we have established what we would like him to say on our behalf, that's perfectly fine. But I'm not comfortable with you two being present, but then Jesse representing our board, nor do I, so it's more of a functional responsibility for me.
Okay, so here's a thought. I'm going back to your other argument. Why don't we make one the representative and we do all? So that for some reason you can't show up, probably there is. I think, and things happen, but I think one of us should be there.
well, and that was the reason he put it, Jesse, wasn't to say that he would do it, and that he would be the guy that was there, but if for some reason none of us were there, he could be there, to voice our support for the, disposition. That was the goal here, because otherwise he can't go for the disposition as a, representative of the township. He can go as a citizen, but he can't go as, and he's a
I'm fine with him being a representative of a township, but I'm not fine with him being a representative of our board. Because because of the nature of our role in the elected positions, I don't want to defer that elsewhere. But I think that he should, because he's a representative.
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
But I like your idea as alternate, because then if you're not there, then you can, does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we can authorize him to attend as a representative of the township.
Mhm.
I'm fine with that as well.
You want to make a motion?
Well, I probably wouldn't make the motion for Jesse, I'll just make the motion for Jesse. Move to, authorize trustee Fuller to serve as the board representative, at the Griffith number 391 ditch petition hearing, and, appoint trustee O'Brien as the alternate representative for the board.
Alternate or, additional.
Alternate.
I'm okay with just alternate. If you can't go, call me and I will go.
Okay.
But if you go, I'm not. If you don't call me, I'm
I'm just going
not.
by what it said as far as the more the better.
Yeah, I understand, but I understand, because you can say, and get the, resolution number, I'm here representing the board under resolution number, da, 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 da. So did I second you?
No.
Second?
Call the roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
And then do we want to have Jesse attend as a representative of the township?
Yes.
Okay, move to appoint Jesse Peden as a representative for the township, in regards to Griffin number 391 ditch petition hearing.
Second?
Discussion? Call the roll, please.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Okay, next one. Purchase of additional road salt.
I think we already covered that
No, we didn't.
last meeting.
No, yes and no.
Okay.
Let me explain. We, after the salt, Old County audit, they had all the 2 bins down there. So we got 2 bins full. We don't have anything in the 3rd bin. This would be the salt for the 3rd bin.
I see.
I think it's additional, in addition to what we purchased at the last one. I think that's a good move on our part.
I think it's a good move, but I have a question. So, in the past, we've always had the 3rd bin have mixed with grit. Is that the intent? Because,
What the county had said was they would, if we needed more salt, we could get it with, they could supply us with grit salt. So we were looking at going that way. The thing is, most of our stuff is curb and gutter now.
well, and that's why I don't like curb and gutter. And you can't have the grit and the curb and gutter, because it'll destroy our drainage. But the reason why I like not curb and gutter is so that we can use grit. Because Curve Road has lots of curves, it needs grit. So I don't like the idea of not having grit available.
Grit helps with traction until you get more ice,
Right.
and it doesn't melt any salt, any snow.
No, it doesn't.
So that's where the salt comes in.
Right.
And that's why we like the salt. And one of the things we did is we mentioned to the county, because the county said, if we get a little low on salt, then what we'll do is just mix grit with it. And just see made the point that the county has more curb and gutter than they used to have, like around the house, all curb and gutter,
Yeah.
those sorts of things. And he says, yeah, we guess so. And I don't think they had been considering that.
The county hadn't.
And the county and the issues associated with grit on curb and gutter and storm sewer things. Because the grit goes down the storm sewer and just lays there. Eventually you gotta clear it out, gotta pump it out or clear it out. It doesn't flow through the storm sewer system. It ends up being a problem. That's the reason for the grit issue.
But I think grit helps prevent accidents, and so,
I agree.
so I'm a grit person.
Sure, I understand. And we can always get grit, and grit can be stored outside. That's not a problem. As long as it's got some salt mixed with it.
So can't we get a mixture of salt and grit already pre-mixed?
I'm hesitating just a little bit. The answer is yes. Is it well mixed? No. Okay. What you do is take a scoop, put a scoop of grits in it, put a scoop of salt in it. And so you're gonna have layers of it, and you're relying on the truck unloading the mixing of it. It's not like you put in say a concrete truck where you stir it all up and then it's all mixed up, thoroughly mixed. It's grits and salt. And there isn't a good solution to that.
You're in charge of roads.
So that's the reason I like the salt.
it does make some sense then to mix it right before you utilize it then.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that. All you do is take scoop, put the truck, that's the same thing.
So,
But the mixing is relying on the, put it in and then dumping it out, and mostly it does a little mixing while you're doing that.
So, in the past when we did, did we have 3 bins of salt and then that area that's not covered, is that where the grit was stored?
That was, we could put grit in there.
But we have something currently in that space. I forget what it was, and I'm thinking, why is that there?
The thing is, we could throw tarp over the grits and put some salt with it so that it doesn't freeze into a grit. Not grits, but a grit.
Yeah.
You don't want that.
Right.
You gotta put some salt with it in order to make that happen. And that's the reason for doing some of that.
Well, you know what my concerns are, but you're in charge of the roads, so.
Yeah, I understand. With that, I'll make a motion that we approve or appropriate and approve $7,000 for purchase of 100 tons of salt, for up to 100 tons of salt for machine and operator from the Delaware County Engineer's Office. So
Second.
discussion, call roll please.
Rail,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
So you were right, we did talk about it, but it wasn't.
Yeah, and you had more to come,
Had more to come.
part 2.
You know, we didn't think we were gonna be able to get bids as full as they did.
It seemed to stack pretty well, sometimes it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed to stack pretty well, because sometimes it doesn't, because sometimes the angle's too steep and sometimes it's too flat, but this just seemed, whoever did it seemed to know what they were doing.
Yeah, they had a way to, swing a truck that they were able to swing it up, and they swung it up as high as they could get it. That's the only way that you can, either have a blower that blows it up or swing a truck that swings it up. The problem is that those trucks are more expensive to move.
Sure.
But yeah, that works really good, that one.
I think this was a great solution, so I appreciate you taking the time to,
Well, and
it's cost effective, prepared, good prep.
well, as I mentioned before, the county will be in a pickle, perhaps, if it's a really bad year, because last year was not such a bad year, and so their bins are full, and so they can't order plus or minus 20%. I mean, what they order is what they're gonna get,
Yeah,
which is not much, because
And we've
it's
tried
already
to-
full.
we try to input that into the county, just, it would be good to have a contract for some small amount. So at least you got a contract and they got somebody that they can talk to about a particular contract. You don't have a contract.
You're last in line, you have
Because
the
they're-
highest
when
price.
When they're busy in the winter time, they're busy.
Right.
They don't
Right.
have time to mess around.
Exactly. We'll have plenty of stuff from weather though. It's great.
Okay, next item is cemetery disposition for Evergreen Cemetery. I got the information and, just gotta get with Brett and get, put in place. And we've got a shipping container quote, I believe it was in the package of information. That's the first quote, we're gonna get 2 quotes, and the thing to do is you gotta take that with a grain of salt, because that's a shipping container. But we wanna get a painted shipping container. We don't want one that says Sealand or whatever, or JB Hunt or something like that. We'll get one that's painted, and we get the green, just paint green, make it look that way back there. I don't do colors, so green's okay with me, but if you guys got some other color, just give me the number.
Where will this be located?
We were gonna put it back where the, those old trucks are right now. Get rid of those.
Do you have any other color preference?
Well, see, there's green and there's green.
And and we can use the trees to kind of screen it too. But if you look at the comments there, about the delivery, they're suggesting that we get it moved off, an area to set it on in place, so that it's done correctly.
Well, and I wonder about acceptance, since it's swampy.
And we were talking about that, and we want to build it up above the ground, so there'll probably be an airspace underneath. You gotta probably step up to get into it, or maybe a ramp or something. But get it up, because we don't want it sitting in the water. And that sort of thing. So we're looking at figuring out a way to get it up. This is the beginning of the quote, is what I'm trying to say. So that's the container, but okay, we're gonna get it painted, oh yeah, we're gonna get some sort of foundation underneath it. And get some other stuff on it. So probably all probably costs $8,000 to get a container there. But this is we've got a couple folks who look through it as a product.
What about white or black as colors? Or
Well, the thing about black, really
dark green, darker green?
and darker greens gonna have a tendency to do that, but I was thinking with the name Evergreen, and maybe it was we'll get one of the Evergreen shipping containers, so that we have a big sign that thinks it's Evergreen on the side of the container, but who knows? We probably can't be that lucky.
Yeah, let's just go with a solid color and some trees there. I think that would be good, but not like bright green. I mean, it's gotta be subtle, you know, yes. Maybe I can work with them on the colors.
If you're wandering around the orange or the Ace Hardware or something, and you go by the paint thing.
Yeah, a couple, okay.
Just
I can do that for
Just get a couple chips.
Because the sign that is coming in, I think in August, I believe, that will be black with gray, like a really nice gray stone. And so I was thinking if we could complement that at all in any way, that would be nice.
If you had the exact color, you could actually.
Of that gray, and that would be lighter, it's interesting because green, I learned this about fencing. You think green fence would blend in with the grass, but actually green fence stands out more than black in your visual field. Because it's the color that you see.
So how would gray do the color of the
I think
sign?
gray would probably still stand out, but it would be in contrast like to the grapple and the sign, so it would be a color that I think would kind of blend in with the environment. And then if you put the trees around it too, it would be a nice aesthetic in terms of kind of complementary colors.
You know, the other thing we gotta figure out is we need tie downs for it, so that people don't blow over. You know, we're early in the project, but we'll work on it.
Yeah,
It's just a lot of things to.
and then you guys will be putting in the foundation for where you want the sign to go, because that will come. We'll only have 2 meetings before that sign will be ready. I think only 2 more
We'll come
meetings
back
before
with
that sign. So, and then you guys will do the foundation for that too. So maybe if you're doing that work already, yes. Do both, yeah.
Do it all together, that's what can, and we're hoping to dig that, hole for the, distribution in the same kind of,
Yeah,
way.
yeah.
We gotta dig down to that pipe and figure out where it is,
yeah, that's great.
okay? And that's it, all I got on the cemetery. Fiscal officer items.
Connie and I are going to work harder on getting the April and May statements in a position where everyone's gonna be satisfied. I do have a payment list.
I've got a question.
Yes,
I never did the electronic sign-in with the bank. Does that mean that my signature doesn't work on this anymore, or is that an issue?
I didn't do the electric sign for the bank either. I asked them to provide hard copies for the board, and they never sent them.
I got one,
Oh, you got yours?
so.
I didn't get one, I didn't get it.
Yeah, that's what I asked them. I asked them to send it to the whole board because we,
Mine was just an individual one. I got it, so I think I may have scanned it back to them, but
I will get hold of my contact at First Commonwealth and I will follow up on getting this all paper
thank you,
signature.
appreciate
It's
that.
a signature, your signature card?
Yeah.
Yeah.
but,
That's weird you got yours, but I will never.
well,
Did
I,
you request as well?
I mean, there's got some-
Okay.
and each time they said the same thing, I said, no. No.
Not this electronic version.
I want one that I can sign. And she said, oh, that's not a problem. And it wasn't a problem after 3 times I asked. And, you know, it came within like an hour.
Hmm.
I was gonna stop at the bank and see if I could talk to them and just give me something.
Well, they'll just email it, the PDF, and then we can print it out and sign it.
Mhm.
Jeff, they might just be able to email the PDFs to you and print out and sign.
But they're individualized.
Yeah.
It's got your name.
I can provide them at the branch anytime, it's down over.
So these are ready to sign.
Yes.
We got the statement from a file date of June 9th for the outstanding bills or the bills that we need to pay.
I'm sorry?
This is the list of,
Those are the checks that are gonna go out tomorrow.
okay,
I'm at $7,000 for the salt, doesn't include the $480 to haul it here.
Hmm.
The first batch is in the year. I said, what's this? We already paid for the salt. Oh, no, this is the hauling.
okay. So this is all ready to be signed. Do we need to do a motion on this?
Yeah, we usually do a motion of approving the pay list. One item that's not on there is the $53,000 for the truck, because the paper that we got, couldn't really tell if that was an invoice or if it was just a sticker from the car, from the truck.
Mhm.
So I'll follow up with chief to see if we actually have everything delivered at this point.
Oh, yeah, it's
And they're
lettered and everything.
Okay. $53,000 or whatever the number was. Dollars.
Do you know what the expense was to Kathy Ripple?
Postage. I think it's attached there.
Madam Strickland?
It's gonna be towards the bottom. Maybe toward the bottom.
Oh, yes, yeah, postage for the, we need to get the newsletter out.
Okay.
I move that we approve, payments number 32309 through 32344 for the amount of $141,718.64, as noted on the deposit paid file report dated 6/9/24 at 5:09 p.m.
Okay. Call the roll, please.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
Ford.
Yes. sign to do it, pass that on.
That's all from me.
Okay, April, May, bank statement.
Put on the next meeting, I'll have it to you. Right, yes.
Is it someplace where we can sign it?
Oh, the reconciliations? I brought the one for April, trustee O'Brien had an objection to it, and so I'm gonna get that squared away from trustee O'Brien. I do not have the name on the reconcile.
Okay, so those are still,
Yes,
Still
yes,
scheduled.
yes. Yes, sir.
Anything else?
No, sir.
So, may I ask a question?
Yes.
So, I did notice that the payroll was a little bit different. It was there 4 instead of 2?
There was an extra one for Chief Mosher because it was split.
Okay.
His becoming chief was in the middle of a payroll, so we had to switch him from hourly to the salary.
So did you get 2 paychecks and then it came on 2 different quotes?
Yes,
Now I understand.
yes, sir.
Okay,
Catching on a little bit. Getting a little better.
so no more fiscal officer items. Trustee, natural disaster mutual aid for townships.
I believe for this one, Orange had submitted 2 different, bills, one for cemetery, which insurance would cover, one for roads, which would be FEMA. That is with, Superintendent Peden right now, and it's my understanding that he's working through the acquisition, the procuring of the funding for settling up the respective items. Did we ever get the check from the insurance for the roof?
No, I spoke to Mr. C today, and I sent him an email saying, if you sent a check, we didn't get it, what do we need to do if we haven't sent it? And the short answer is, the insurance company generally doesn't like to send multiple checks, they want to send a single check. They prefer to have a single check, so when we get the siding bid, they'll I kind of had the same response. I should go ahead and email him an invoice, maybe he can give us a check for $38,900. Also, I think he's still waiting to hear back on the garage bay claim information.
Oh, the doors for the garage?
Right.
Is there an update on that? Trustee Wooler?
I don't have one, but I know we're gonna be using the door.
I will give it to you.
I know that the nails I think they're getting up the screws. So we just have to check and see. I don't know the answer.
Do we have the insurance later on?
No, I think this is your opportunity.
Okay, so,
Oh, we do have the siding separate.
well, siding is really what I want to talk about, and that's just that, the siding people did not object to, so far, to, the,
Voluminous request being made for the contract.
yes, from the prosecutor's office. Now, they did say, they wanted to know, and if I have just a moment. I received this just before the meeting from, John Dixon, the 5th. That they don't feel that a bond for the project is necessary, but they're happy to provide a bank statement. Not sure what a bank statement is, but when we had the roof, we did not have a bond because, as you can call, we have to pay for the bond. But I did ask, and they didn't answer on this, how long that they anticipated to take to complete the project. Because if it's a project like here, that was done in one day, why bother? You're not gonna get it halfway done, you know? But if it's something that's gonna take 3 weeks, well, now maybe we wanna have a bond, because what happens if they stop in the middle?
Sure.
So, but if you're okay with it, I'm okay proceeding with just the bank statement. Because I don't think for the cost of the bond, it's really helpful. And unless they tell me it's gonna take a long time to put the siding up.
Yeah, but I don't think it will. I mean, when they initially, months and months ago now, when they initially quoted, they said that they could do it at the turnaround somewhat.
That's what I thought. So if you're in agreement with that, I'll tell
Yeah.
you. Are you okay with that too, Trustee Wu?
Sure. And something else that we received, just officer is letting you know about, was this letter. And it's a letter from FEMA. And what it states for our conversation is, no means no, but not necessarily no. But what I mean by that is,
And this is FEMA.
no means for the price that is in there, it's no. But as far as the activity that needs to be done, it doesn't mean no. What you're saying is they won't pay for that, but if you can possibly want it, then they pay for it. So even though it says no, it doesn't mean they're not gonna do anything. It just means that not that particular item.
Okay.
And that
And
particular.
what were we turned down for?
Well, this is for the residents. The residents will
Oh,
receive
this
this
was
letter.
for.
And what the concern is that they just read the first paragraph that says no, and then they get all up in arms because it says no. But they read the whole thing, it says if you get more information, maybe you gotta put more ID on it, then you gotta have some pictures, then you gotta have some stuff that would allow them to go ahead and do the job. But they don't do the job because for some reason it is meeting the needs, and you gotta read the whole letter to understand what's really said. That makes sense?
Yeah.
It does. It's federal government sense.
Okay. And I think we covered the first 2 items. Prepared to have a township hall site caused by the event and national mutual aid for township. TR properties litigation.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I forwarded along the engagement letter from Reinhardt Legal Services with respect to his services being provided to the BZA for, it was general assistance with the BZA. And it was also specific in this engagement letter for support for TNR properties. Since that time, we have, as you are both are well aware, we have procured Mr. Lafayette through insurance to represent us in the matter of the case for TNR properties. And I am comfortable with Mr. Lafayette continuing, and perhaps holding off on Mr. Reinhardt helping out, but maybe Mr. Reinhardt can help out with other general BZA support. Wanted to see if you all had any reactions to that representation for the TNR properties case.
I think, I would go with your recommendation on that, because I think, there's a subset of skills that we can utilize there.
I believe that BZA needs not a slight, or not, nothing against the BZA, but I believe legal advice for them for their meeting would be to my advantage and more. I think that having an attorney there with attendance at the time of the meeting is something that makes perfect sense. I think even for the zoning commission, from time to time, it makes sense.
Yes, and the advantage to them going for a period of time is that the commission or the board hears it and they can internalize it, and later on, they might not need it as often. But if you don't know, you don't know.
That's correct. And we have a total of board members.
Exactly.
And coming in, even if you served on a different BZA or a different board that's similar, but through a different organization, you may have information, but not necessarily the information you need for rural township BZA.
Precise.
So, yeah, I agree completely, and same thing for the Board of Zoning Commission, the BZC. I believe both of those. So I would be very supportive of doing something. I hate that we have to pay for it. I would prefer that the prosecutor pay for it, because I think that's a function of the prosecutor's office. But if we need to do that to get what we need, we should be doing it.
I agree, and I do think that the person that helps with the BZA or counsels with the BZA should be different from the individual who works with the BCC as well. So I did request an engagement letter from Jen Huber of Brochus Johnson Griggs for the BZC. So that will be forthcoming, but I have sent the engagement letter to the board from Mr. Reinhardt, and so at this time, move to appropriate $10,000 for Reinhardt Legal Services, to Reinhardt Legal Services for the purposes of general legal guidance for the BZA, with the effective date notably changed from the date of the engagement letter, which was 5/21, to effective 6/11.
Second. Now, where is it that you're thinking that Lafayette would be helpful?
Well, he's our representation for the TNR property case. TNR's litigation, right now, yeah.
BZA or?
No, he's representing the township.
Okay.
Yeah.
And.
Yeah.
Okay, understood.
Now, it would be interesting if we wanted to think through potentially utilizing Mr. Lafayette's services in the future, outside of the insurance claim, because it does seem like he has some expertise in this.
Yes, that's what I was referring to earlier.
Yeah. So I could get a quote from, or speak with him in regards to the BZC and or Township Trustees in more complex matters to get out in front of those items. We could have Mr. Reinhardt with BZA, Ms. Huber with BZC, and Mr. Lafayette with the board.
Do we need an engagement letter for Mr. Reinhardt?
I emailed it to you, so that's what we would be
Okay,
approving.
okay, I agree with that. Makes sense. Call the roll, please.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
Okay, you can remove that item from the agenda moving forward.
Yes, ma'am.
Newsletter items.
Not to call out anybody, but there's 2 board members that have gotten their articles in, and 1 board member I don't have confirmed is getting his articles in.
You don't have it, but it's in there.
I believe if,
I could,
please, thank you, that'd be great. And so once that comes in, we'd like to try to get the newsletter out sooner than later. so that we can at least have one in this half of the year and then one in this latter, like late fall of this year, and get back on track.
Well, it just needs to be early enough that it's before the firehouse opens.
Yeah.
But I don't want to do it much before that because then it'll be too close to this one.
One, and two, people will forget the date of the open house for, yeah. So thank you guys for getting that, Kathy, and we can get that letter out. You know, with we were on a pretty good schedule, but of course with the severe weather event that occurred in March, it sort of took us off track for a little while to deal with the urgent situation, and then, you know, it's what happens when things like tornadoes come through town.
So who has the next newsletter?
I think it will go back to Ron.
Okay.
So it'll be Trustee Bowler, Trustee O'Brien, and me.
So I have one.
You have one more left. You're not out of it.
The chief and I were discussing it, and you were questioning, do we have full color?
We have the capability to have full color, yeah.
Does that cost more?
Yeah. But it might be worth it.
Well, it depends on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
how much more?
I couldn't give you that because it would probably depend on the pictures and the colors that we utilized. But like, it wouldn't be, like, let's say you wanted to include a picture, it wouldn't be like 1080p graphics either. So that's one of the challenges. It would be, you know, it wouldn't look bad, but it would look like you know, took a photograph and scanned it on a copier, so to speak.
I'm not sure. I won't do the picture.
Things like, for example, for the Easter egg hunt, you know, it was like a blue and pink bunny holding up, you know, those come through very crisp. But actual, like,
Photos.
photos are not so high quality.
That's good to know.
Okay. ECTA legislative comments, ready?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, tonight at 7 p.m., the Delaware City Council is meeting. The DCTA Legislative Committee will have representation there and has been added to the city's agenda for a 5 to 10 minute presentation on what we would consider to be looking at the funding formula for local governments and really gathering support for what we consider to be a fair distribution of funding based on per capita across townships, villages, and municipalities. Trustee Mike Ringel from Orange has done a fantastic job with spearheading this project, and will be serving as the representative there tonight because obviously I couldn't be here due to this meeting. But it really has the opportunity to, I think, correct what has been in place since 1993 and never been properly addressed to provide proportional support to all of the entities.
To the residents.
To the residents, all the residents of the county. And I have every bit of confidence in Trustee Ringel will do a great job with that. That was just an FYI for the board. You can remove that for next.
Okay,
Second one.
anything else?
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's all. This time.
Okay, annexation of North Point Residential Hotel.
Again, this is also just an FYI. It's my understanding that the North Point Residential Hotel, which is currently located on 30, it's going to become only 37, right? Once the
It'll split.
split at Africa, right?
It goes through that property, so I
36,
don't know which
37.
side.
As we know, the apartments that are going on the corner of Africa and 3637 right now, that has already been annexed to Sunbury. And now they have initiated the parcel in front of that, which would be the North Point Residential Hotel, had gone through our overlay process. The township had approved the design and the build, and it's my understanding that they wanted to seek an additional building, additional residential hotel apartments, and so they have initiated annexation of that parcel as well.
Okay,
That does not take away the attachment of participating in our JED as a township to receive the incentives provided by the county though. So,
And we will also receive the tip.
and we will also receive the TIF. So, though it's not great news from the zoning perspective, it will be not as bad as it could have, because we will be able to still at least provide support services without, with that funding that's provided.
okay. Anything else? Township hall, cleanup and spacing?
Yeah, I'll be brief on this since we have a date, a time certain. So these are very small items, but they can start to pile up. So Kathy will be providing a quote for a new vacuum. We might want to get a higher grade vacuum than we've had in the past. We did utilize $350 to get the carpets clean. We should probably plan on that on a semi-annual basis. The township hall, and the space, we're gonna have potentially 3 new employees over the next few months. And so the spacing in these in both the front zoning office as well as the trustees office, we really are going to need to address. I imagine that once we have a township administrator, they can really focus in on the trustees office space and building that out. And then the zoning inspector and the township operations specialist will be in the front zoning office. And so you may have seen that starting to clean up things within that zoning office to be able to make room. Also to get scanning and filing done, that I think is quite frankly long overdue and needs to get done. And we're going to be addressing that over the next 6 months.
Question, are you considering going to the cubicles?
Not at this time. For the back office, for the trustee's office, there's 3 spaces that can be pretty well defined. And so we have a trustee's corner, an administrator's corner, and a cemetery's corner. And then how we build out that, they could be facing the wall, so the cubicle wouldn't be necessary at this time. But it may very well end up being necessary.
I was just thinking that the cubicles are usually very efficient in the office, like desks and filing cabinets or filing stations and stuff like that. Might make it a little more efficient in the use of our very limited space there.
Yeah, we will definitely have to change the layout of the spacing in the front zoning office to be able to accommodate the additional position. I don't know what that looks like, but I'll definitely look into cubicles for that. I think that could be potentially help.
And could we stack the cabinets that are along the south wall there? And not have the countertop space, but have a lot more shelves in a limited space and pick up the space, the floor space for them.
That's a good thought too. I'll write that down and kind of work that into our design ideas. There is some benefit to some of that space back there as you're preparing documents, but the real space saver is going to be scanning the documents, the old documents into the new iWork software. That's where we're going to be able to save a lot of space, I think, going forward. And so we'll probably bring forward a quote for a high capacity scanner to really get in on those projects and be able to scan large documents as well as the binders.
What I was thinking of was stacking the cabinets, you could use that as a divider, and
Yeah,
as opposed to building a wall. If you want to do such stuff.
yeah, good ideas.
Follow on.
Yeah.
Just, we don't have much room,
No, we don't.
and it's got to make use of every square inch of it.
I agree, and so I think that we're gonna need to do that. In addition, it is becoming quite apparent that we're gonna need to address the technology needs again. We have the desktops that, we're just they're just kind of clunking along. Literally, we're adding memory to Kathy's desktop. The laptops are a little bit outdated already. The server room back here, there's a lot of items that we can address. And we did a bit of a phase one when, in the last year and a half. I think we probably need to look at a phase two in addressing the technology needs that are coming with the spacing issues as well. ClearPoint Technology and Design did the smart board and did the cameras all around at both the township hall as well as the fire department. And he mentioned being able to come up with a quote for the networking and wiring to get the roads department up and running well and have technology needs met across our different areas in the township. So I think we're going to need to address that.
Timeframe.
Well, some of it needs to be addressed simultaneous to the spacing issue. For example, if we build out the desk area back there, then what is currently sitting on that file cabinet that will no longer be there should actually be attached to the ceiling to get broader bandwidth, right? So just like smaller items like that, or putting in a port where the computer stations are gonna go. Before you leave, it will be done.
Well, my thinking, so that you know, is I'd like to get this fiber to the fire department so that we don't redo something again. So
This is all preparatory for all that. Like the migration from Google to Microsoft, right? All of this is in anticipation of connecting in and then being able to be solid with the connection. And also clean up the space, get room in there, get our respective computers kind of up to speed on different softwares and technology. Your computer has issues. You need
yes, it does. I love this to go away.
I mean, it's.
But I can function. But I can function.
When the passwords change,
I know.
that's a flaw in that computer. I mean, you can't function when you can't get in because you have to
I have to go
restart
to
it 8
another
times.
computer.
Yeah, and but that's actually systemic. A lot of the computers are doing that too.
Oh, really? So it's not just mine.
No, it's not just yours, but it's yours more often than others. But it might be because you use yours more often than others.
It's possible, yeah. I'm not opposed, but I just want to make sure that it is in anticipation of this fiber so that it's seamless.
We're aligned on that.
Also, don't forget about the room back there, storage room, which used to be the old fire chief's office, way back in the corner. We got a lot of stuff piled in there now, but it could be gone through in such a way that it take up a lot of space and maybe even store more things in there if we need to. I mean, that's not a free thing to have happen.
No, I appreciate that.
Right, but it is also not the most pristine room. And,
So maybe that needs to be addressed too.
well, what I'm saying is you wouldn't want to store computer type of things there. It's got to be things that, I mean, it's not bad, but it's just not dust free. It's not, because that's where the leak had been, and so Just some things to consider.
Well, I have received some feedback about, the general appearance of our township hall. And I think that we need to make certain that we are continually addressing those items. So to that end, I did ask if, Jesse could, I know you guys have tons of priorities, but, the weeding and the mulch and the things that just need to be addressed, and it doesn't matter if we have somebody do it, but it just needs to be addressed. I'd like to kind of allow the new employees that will be starting over the next few months also be able to define their space too, and not just walk in and have everything, everywhere and have a little tiny area, but to be able to define how things are gonna be mapped out. That's good for the culture, and I think good for the community, so, culture.
Is that covered?
Culture is.
I think culture is a productive culture.
Now we move from our regular meeting to our 7 o'clock time certain, PZC case 24-004 zoning resolution amendments. This is, taking our time. I'll turn that over to.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. As a point of procedure, would you like to open up for any public comments regarding this meeting?
Regarding,
As we're in a hearing, do you want to reopen the public comment period for the hearing?
there will be a point in time when we do that, that's after the trustees have had a chance to work their way through it.
Okay.
We'll put that on toward the end of the conversation.
Thank you, appreciate that clarification. Okay, so you all have had the current draft as of 5/23/24. And we also did post that on the website a couple of weeks ago so that residents could have the opportunity to review that draft. I also did notify the BZC of the updated draft and requested that they send any feedback related to that draft in anticipation of this meeting. And there was no feedback that I have been provided by members of the BCC at this time. I do want to make certain that we accept these two documents as exhibits. So Fiscal Officer Jordan, were you able to find where we're at with the exhibits numbers in this case?
These are the most recent exhibits.
Wonderful, okay.
That's one more back to the.
So we're currently up to exhibit number 12. Let me just confirm the document we're accepting. And this will be from the 23rd. Okay. Move to accept the Berlin Township zoning resolution, clean version as of 5/23/24 as exhibit 13, with the latter exhibits taking precedent over the former.
And that includes the other 12 exhibits from the April 8th.
I think we already accepted 1 through 12.
Okay, all three of those. Gotcha. Second. Call the roll, please.
Brad,
Yes.
Brian,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Okay, and then also, when you have while you have the zoning amendment, there is also the map. And, Mr. Sanders had provided the new version of the map for consideration. And so I'd like to accept that as a distinct exhibit.
On 5/23?
5:23, 4:01 PM, it was sent to all the trustees
From,
from me. So FYI, this is the updated draft with the suggested changes from Scott and legal. Please note this draft for Monday's discussion, and then when we got together on Monday, that's when we confirmed the date of the hearing for today, and then I also requested your feedback and review at that time. Do you see it? It would have been from me. Are you having issues with your computer?
no.
Because, no, I'm talking to trustee Bowler.
Struggle.
Yeah, well,
I'm not good at that.
these guys are, these computers are gonna be failing.
Okay, but where's the
systematically failing.
map?
The map I'm bringing up, but that was sent in the prior draft.
Okay, so it's not on this.
Yeah, correct.
Okay,
So you have the resolution?
Yes.
Oh, that's what you're asking. Yeah,
That's power.
yeah, you hold it,
I started to hold it off.
then slide. Slide it, yeah, can you slide it your mouse? You able to slide it, yeah. There you go, now it will.
That's the first time it's done that.
So the map hasn't changed from the prior.
No, but the unique thing about this is that, Mr. Stocko indicated that when you accept the zoning resolution, you have to accept the map
Okay.
as well, so it's, and, yeah, so we're gonna do that. That's what we're doing. Now I should start back up. Unfortunately, these laptops it's not gonna get easier to use them, they're gonna get worse over time.
Windows 11 help any?
What?
Would Windows 11 help any for any of that?
A little bit, the core is the core, it's the processing speed and, some of the security that's in there.
Our previous vendor took us a route that I question now.
I think that there's a real opportunity to consolidate our phone services, our laptop support, our networking, all underneath one centralized system.
Yeah, but remember, some of that's gonna be provided by the county.
Some of it, yes.
Okay, just as long as we don't
Because you
duplicate.
can parse, but it won't be for at least a couple of years.
Yeah. Well. Why?
Because it won't be completed for a couple of years, the fiber connection,
Maybe before I'm gone.
I think it will be done before you're gone.
If it's not, I won't be happy.
I sent the map on 5/8.
And if it's not changed, I don't need to deal with it, because I looked at it.
No, the only thing, well, I mean, it is changed insofar as the densities,
But it hasn't changed since 5/8.
correct?
Yeah.
So and by densities, I don't mean you change the densities, I mean the terminology within the amendments. What Inspector Valentine did was, have the R4 be a true R4 and then change the other densities to just what those densities are, instead of calling them R3 or R2 or those things. And then
That makes more
also,
sense that way.
yeah, it does. And also layering in the overlay areas were added.
What was the date you had?
5/8 for the map.
File?
For the file is 5/23. And I am going to move to accept, the Berlin zoning map provided by Scott Sanders on 5/8 as exhibit 14.
You're going to or you are?
I did.
Second.
It should be from here. Scott did a phenomenal job incorporating a lot of our suggestions, and what I sent on 5/23 was, when we initially met, we had those questions, wrote them down, sent them to Scott, sent them to Jen Huber of Brocious Johnson Briggs. Scott answered a lot of the questions, the things that he suggested I go to legal with, I went to legal with, and so we got those answers provided, and some of them were, just confirmatory, but one of the major items we need to ensure that we are following is that it is not 30 days from the date of accepting documents, that it is 30 days from the date that the BCC approves that we need to be setting the hearings. And so even though we don't have the meeting minutes necessarily at the time that we accept the documents, or at the time we set the hearing, we do need to have that date on the calendar.
So do you agree with that, trustee board?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so Scott did include the scheduling, insofar as that, we didn't add a chapter, but we will be able to go back to that, and I think he did address a majority of the items that we at least said, like, let's get that in there. And notably, two other quick notes, notably, I did ask council if about the recusal for Article 19, the BIO. And the indication was we could either divide out the resolution into two resolutions and then do the vote on everything but Article 19 and then vote on Article 19. Or you could recuse yourself from voting on the entire thing. I do not have the resolution that split because I only received the one from Mr. Stocko. I didn't have time. So if you do want to vote on the others, I can go back and get that resolution.
No, I'm fine. But that also means on the map as well. Then.
Correct. And then, and I had something for Article 19. Are you okay with staying here? Why? Do you want to step out for just a moment then?
And you can take action on it too, just come get me when.
Well, hold on. Did you have any comments related to anything else though?
In regards to the rest.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't think it's perfect, but if we don't ever take action, it never gets done. Concord is a prime example of that from now it's probably 10 years ago. That they worked on it for like 10 years, never took action on it, and there were some things in there that were critical they never dealt with.
Mm-hmm.
My point is, it's not perfect, but I don't see any reason to wait.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll just add to it
We do.
like we did.
And if we are revisiting this each year, I think we'll be able to better address those smaller things in much more detail.
And then they don't grow over big.
Exactly.
Now, the other comment that I have is that I do believe that once it's passed, in whatever form, it needs to be sent to the recorder's office.
Correct.
And it just needs to be done. And I don't know that it has always been done that way. And so it's hard sometimes to look up what it was when certain cases went through. But it needs to be put in there yearly and after a major change. So I think if we do it now, it doesn't need to be done until, December of 25. But it needs to be done in periods of time, something like
Yeah.
that. And it is much cheaper than it used to be to send the whole document than to do even like 10 pages. So,
And I would suggest putting a front page on, in front of this one, which says recorder's office and the date and the file number for the recorder's office.
Are you getting this, Jim?
Yes.
Just so that should trigger anybody that looks at it to go look at this file. And whenever we have to update it, we just go ahead and update it.
there you go. Well, except for when you do the update, you send the whole book because it's cheaper to do that than to just do the.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so at this time, I'll step out.
Well, is there anything else outside of Article 19 that you would like to ensure that we both hear?
There's one thing that I would like to add, but maybe it's just me, which would be a section on schedule.
Yes, so with respect to that, in each section, he did provide when we have to, hear the matter. And, he indicated it was pretty clear cut that it has to be 30 days after the BZC approves it, within 30 days after the BZC approves it, not within 30 days after we accept the documents. That was also reiterated by, Jen Huber too. So, we talked about that, and we can have, so within each section now, it does have an indication about when it needs to be scheduled. I would like for the zoning staff to create the schedule that you're talking about over the next year, and then we'll put it in, for the following years.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I think that would be.
And not something quick, because we go all quick. And we're still confused.
Yeah,
But yeah, in the long run, I'd like to see that. And what that says is that we've got to have special meetings to
Yeah.
be able to schedule
it
these.
does.
And
Well, or we give them authority to schedule it.
Like, give BZC authority to schedule
Or
us.
somebody, the zoning inspector or the fiscal officer or somebody. Because if it has to happen at our next meeting, it has to happen.
Mhm.
And, I mean, we might prefer 8 o'clock versus 6 o'clock, but I don't really care that much.
and the 30 days, to hear it 30 days after they have approved it. And approval being, they've approved it in the VA, not approval of the minutes.
Correct.
Okay, that really cuts the calendar close
It does.
as far as being able to advertise it, you know, the mail.
That's why I think if we
So we got-
authorize either the fiscal officer or somebody else to schedule that, I think that makes sense to me, because he's got to advertise it. It makes more sense than BZC scheduling it, or maybe even the zoning inspector, because he's got to publish it.
Right, I agree with that. But that said, I would want to ensure that when the fiscal officer notifies for the publication, that we're copied on that.
Oh, yes,
So
yes.
that we know and can anticipate it, because I can foresee us not even knowing what's on the schedule, showing up, and then having that.
And then it would be a problem.
Right, yeah, so, that would be my only caveat.
But he can't schedule it more than 10, faster than 10 days, because
Right.
he's got to have it published.
And you can
The
have that
newspaper has
from-
to have it. I think, so.
Do you think that freedom for you to do that would be helpful in terms of not being rushed to publish?
Then I can schedule the hearing,
Yeah,
I can I can do the ad, and then I can schedule,
because you already do the ad, but this way you don't have to wait on us to, or it could be me, right, as a zoning liaison?
Let me kick a couple more thoughts out. Yeah, we gotta schedule it, someone's gotta be.
The schedule.
Yeah, but then we've gotta get the mail and send all the people, to all the neighbors.
That's the zoning secretary.
But that's gotta be done, so we gotta bring that zoning secretary into,
Mhm.
to make sure that she's, okay, we've also got to make it available for public viewing for
Right.
next period of time. And we need to document when we put that in, available for public viewing, and what's available, all of that sort of stuff. That all needs to be in that scheduling of the meeting.
Let's keep all that with me as a zoning liaison right now. And then I will coordinate with the necessary entities. And what I'll do is I'll kind of come up with a template, like an email template. This is who gets notified, this is what, needs to happen.
And that covers our part of it, because zoning, from the time the zoning inspector accepts the file to having the hearing at the BZA or at regional planning, and then getting the information back, and all of the things needs to be in that schedule.
Schedule, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And we gotta let people know,
Mhm.
and who's doing what.
I think that would be really great to develop over the next couple of months.
It's not a.
But I'm not even sure, it might not even need to go into the building resolution, we can create it as its own document.
Right. I don't think that's going to.
And it can be
It
just.
can, but it doesn't have
Yeah, it can be, and then if we want to, when we do the zoning resolution again next time, then we could add it as its own chapter, that way we can have a little bit of that. If things change,
Yes.
if we change the procedure, we don't have to change the resolution.
Yes.
Yeah,
Because we have freedom in that space to define it.
And two, if it's not working, we can change it, whereas if you have to go back and change the zoning
Right.
resolution, it's going to be.
So let's build out that artifact sooner than later, over the next couple of months. Let's have it run through for a year, and then see where we're at.
you understand what I'm getting at?
Absolutely.
And I don't like it being in the book at all, because
Yeah, okay.
because the applicant then has the ability to come back and say, hey,
Right.
you didn't have it available on such and such.
It's really an
Such
SOP.
a rule said that you could do that.
I see one of this. But maybe not.
Procedures. Procedural.
Yeah, but let's say the zoning liaison's not available, we need a backup,
Fiscal officer, if not the liaison.
that kind of thing, do you think? Think about it.
Or the chair, really the chair. I mean, the zoning liaison can define it, but then in the absence of the zoning liaison, the chair of the board, because they set the
Right,
agenda.
the only problem is.
Yeah, if they're saying,
Yeah, I think that's right. Because with, the way it's written in the, collective bargaining for fire, if the same person it is, then it goes to the vice chair.
Is there anything else specific to that you want to discuss?
no, that's,
So I'll recuse myself at this time and then get things done.
Okay, so there were two areas that I wanted to address in Article 19. And I wanted to make sure to point it out, because I did make suggestions for a few additional NAICS codes for Article 19.
what's the page number?
It's really just an email from 523, with Scott Sanders. It's in the, NAICS code for Article 19 as well, but he put them in the order of the listing. So the ones that I want to make certain to call out, and then we can eliminate them if you are not comfortable with those codes being in there. But this was based off of some of the suggestions provided by economic development, particularly in relationship to the companies and organizations that showed up following the first 3 years of Intel's plant being opened in Phoenix, Arizona, and trying to make our business park a little bit more accommodating to those types of businesses. So
These are the potential number 9 additions.
Yeah,
Semiconductor machinery manufacturing. Makes sense. Commercial and industrial machinery and equipment repair maintenance. Makes sense. Electronic and appliance resellers. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Personal and household goods repair and maintenance.
apparently there are a lot of the companies that pop up around Intel and then they fix things from the plant. So they bring machinery or the furniture or the this and that to fix them at the plant.
I can understand. Personal and household.
That's like, stuff to, like the desks, like desk repairs, office repairs, and it falls up underneath that code. We can get rid of it if you want.
So that would be if someone was working on kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Computer and office machine repair and maintenance. Water supply and irrigation systems. Yeah. Furniture retailers, okay. Non-ferrous metal smelting and refining.
I looked at that code, there were,
That one's a dirty business.
it did look like it was like, somewhat welding related to we can scratch it. Do you want to scratch that one?
Yeah, I'm not worried about the non-ferrous metal smelting and refining. For the guy that's making a die or a piece for going in Intel machinery and that sort of stuff, that's one thing. But I think that covers like railroad wheels and everything that's non-ferrous, non-ferrous. So it would be aluminum, you could cast aluminum truck wheels, or you could cast anything along those lines that would come into that.
So you want to scratch that one?
Yeah, that one has the potential to be.
It could,
I would
yeah.
say-
Let's leave that out.
If somebody really wants to do that, I
They
think
can
that
get
would
an
be a
exception.
BZA kind of thing.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
okay. That's not a problem.
Because you put restrictions on what they're doing.
All right, so removal of, next 331410.
But, you know, the non-ferrous metal gets you onto the steel and iron, cast iron stuff.
Yeah, but it adds copper, it adds,
Copper, titanium, you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
all that's in there. Research and development and physical engineering and life sciences.
this one was, brought up, it was actually brought forward by, Jobs Ohio, One Columbus, Monica, as something that was a big thing to consider, so. And I don't have a problem with it because of the way the description was. There is a category, because since we go out 6 codes, the 4 code, the 5417, I was not okay with. It was too encompassing. But this one, the description and the companies, when I looked it up, were pretty, it was like biotech stuff. It could be genetic material, life sciences. Let's see, what were the companies? Let's see if I can find those real quick. Is it 541710?
So you said 54171 is what you have from,
Yeah,
or 5417?
the 5417, the four digit codes, because you know you can do 4 or 6.
Okay,
So, The 4 is more encompassing, it includes everything underneath that categorization that I didn't like.
Engineering sciences. And life sciences. No. I don't see others being wrong. In the one above, the 33-14-10, the non-ferrous metal smelting and refining, the way I pictured that as being used is, Intel needs some special metal to look at to see if it does the thing they want it to do. Not that they want to cast a piece of equipment to, they don't talk about casting, but to make something else.
Mhm.
But it's just like that had more potential in the bigger things.
Yeah, I agree,
I
and,
mean, they could be talking about never having more than this much of anything,
right,
you know, or they could be talking about having something.
yeah, I agree, I think if something comes in like that, it can either be a BZA or they can go through our standard process. I think that makes sense. For the life sciences, with correction, it's 5541715. Research and development, physical engineering, and life sciences. There's 22,000 business and entities that identify under that code. The other ones, were research and development in nanotechnology, research and development in biotechnology, except nanobiotechnology. In the biotechnology, I wasn't super keen on having as part of this part at this point in time. And then research and development in social sciences and humanities, which seems like that we could add that code, but they specifically called out just the 715, not that there's a need for the 720. So we could add that to one, but I'm perfectly fine with just what we have minus the non-ferrous metal. And that's, we said we would add slowly and
Sure.
look at it, so,
Maybe we could do that.
okay,
So that whole list, I'm okay with.
okay, so then we have a couple noted changes. We'll need to change the map draft provided as the exhibit from draft to final. We'll need to make certain that we add the page numbers, and remove the red page labeling. And then we'll accept all the suggested NAICS codes provided to Scott, with exception of NAICS code 331410, that will be removing the non-ferrous metal smelting and refining. And the modification to the NAICS code that was listed initially as 541710, instead being 541715.
Okay.
Okay, and then with those recommended modifications, I do have,
How do you want to handle that as a separate page? Or do you want to add it as a page to come back? Is it an addendum to the book right now? Just say these are put in.
I think what we can do, is we can if you want us to write out the modifications, and then we can say, we can accept it as an exhibit. And then it would be part of the exhibit, and then that would be, I think, the best way to handle it.
And we need to give them time to take a look at the book again, right on.
No.
Right in the book.
No, we approve it with those modifications. So as long as those modifications go in the book, we don't need to have it come back to us.
Okay, but there's a whole list of things here. And-
Oh, no, all those things have been addressed in this current draft.
But are those in the?
Yes, yes. Yes.
So they're already in the text?
Yeah, all of this is already in the text. This is all stuff that is in this 523 text, including those next bits.
So 1 through 8 is already covered.
Yep.
And then so the other thing we're talking about is the NAICS goes in, need to be in another one, going back of it. Chapter 9.
They're already in 19 right now. They're in 19. So we'll remove it from that.
He was anticipating that we were gonna put them
Mhm. No, I said to add these to the draft, and we consider the draft when we get there. And so what we need to modify is we need to take out that one, change the code on the other, and then that would be the final draft that we approve tonight.
in. Okay. So can you get to that final draft tonight? Or is that something?
Yeah, so I'm just gonna write the 3 changes that need to be made, and then we'll approve it on the condition of those changes. And then we won't need to have it come back to us. We won't need to vote on those changes again, so we'll approve it with those modifications. But like, the numbers need to be added to, like, so in this version, the clean 523 version, like, he'll need to go through and add the numbers to every page.
Mhm.
So it's not gonna be the final, like, the final form, we have to approve it on the condition of those things being correct.
So we can put it on the conditional, and then I would suggest at the next meeting, we approve the final.
There's nothing, you can't do that if we approve, as soon as it's approved, it's approved. We either don't approve it tonight, and then we do the hearing, but Scott said he will not do the page numbers in the final draft until we. Because he's not gonna do it unless it's approved. I guess I wanna know what your concern is with approving on the condition of correcting these 3 items.
What we're approving isn't what it's gonna end up being.
Yeah, that's true, but it is very, very close, and there has been a public hearing about it.
It's not for me, I'm worried,
Really worried about.
I'm worried about the developers, and that I saw a little difference between the two.
Okay, but that was a draft that we considered that we didn't vote on that draft, we modified that draft. That's how we do for all of these.
That's the part I was concerned about, 'cause I'm okay with voting on it again, once he's got everything all done, and all that sort of stuff, which is just, it's just a formality, but we wouldn't have voted on that. That we use.
And that's not the way it works though. If we approve it, it's done. And the only way that we would vote on it again is if we follow the process for updating the zoning resolution again, which is to initiate it through BZC, and then to have it come back to us again, and then we have a actual second vote. It would be, if we approve, we either vote or we don't vote, but if we approve this tonight, then it's done, we don't come back and reapprove it later. There's no vote for it, because we've already approved it.
But we're changing it.
We're in the middle of one process, so BZC initiated it, right?
We got all
If we approve this tonight, we're approving BZC's recommendation for this case with those modifications.
I agree.
It's done, and then it goes into effect in 30
Then we
days.
shouldn't be doing the other stuff after that.
There's no world in which we get the final draft, and then that's what we approve, because Scott won't make those modifications until we approve it. That's the issue. So I said I want the final draft, and he said, I'm not gonna correct these pages, because I don't know if you guys will want more modifications, I'm not going to do a final draft until it's approved. in every single zoning case, that's how we do it too. I mean, we go and we approve with the modification list that we write up, and then we don't see it come back and re-vote on that. It's just approved by us. So our action, if we could either not act, which is fine, but I'm not gonna get those page numbers from Scott, so we're gonna change 2 spots in this zoning resolution has been posted for weeks for residents. And then we're gonna come back in July, and we're gonna vote on it then. But we're still not gonna have the page numbers,
Okay.
right? So do you want to make the modification to this draft, post it for the next month for residents? Is that the concern, to keep residents informed?
What I'd really rather do is vote and say, this is what we want. And then as a final draft or whatever you want to call it. And then,
And I could change that tonight for the 2 things that we have.
Mhm.
I cannot do the page numbers, I cannot remove the draft form that it's in. So we will have those modifications that we're still gonna need to make to that final draft, right?
I'm just not comfortable about it being, we're approving the draft and you expect the Scott to do some stuff to it. And then everybody's gonna salute.
That's the only way it's ever been done though, Ron. It's never, he said he never puts in the page numbers. I did try to get him to just give a draft that we could just approve. And so what I can change, what we can change here in this meeting, or I can write it down.
You can do some changes, we can get rid of the.
And make we can get rid of those 2, if that would like kind of be a little bit better. And then,
If Scott says it's okay to do that, that's
yes,
fine, we'll do that. And then we'll ask the question in the meantime, which the next time we do this, we may or may not do it exactly that way.
so I had asked him, I said, can you just fill in all this stuff? Because we just wanna, and he said no, that would need to be done after. Because like, for example, the approval date.
I understand what his concern is, you don't want to 3 times, 10 times, and that all makes perfect sense.
And then, like right here, all this updated, you can't do that until that, so I can't go through and change those things tonight for all those pages, but I can change the 2 NAICS codes directly, but then we need to accept my version as the new version.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that, I'm okay with doing what Scott says to do. In the meantime, next time around, I'll have a much better definition. Maybe be happy with this or not.
Yeah. Okay, so,
I hate to get a stick in the mud on it, but
so here's the thing too, I can't, like, for this, I can go into this and I can
you can't have it.
delete,
Mhm.
like I can take it out, but the formatting and the spacing, so this would just be blank,
Mhm.
I'll delete that out. And then
Like it
I'll,
out.
like I could cross it out, or I could, I just have to delete it entirely out. Because this isn't my,
I'm okay with that, we'll just call it an addendum and stick it on there, and that's what we're gonna end up doing. And then the whole thing's,
all on one page, what modifications are. I'm okay with that too,
I'll
if that's the
as
best.
an addendum to go through, and then we're just relying on Scott, to make sure that we're too counts.
Okay. Can I borrow a piece of paper? And then we can make certain that this is reflected. And then that's page,
Now it's just time to have the two things. Do we have any public comments on the document? Did we get any more?
No, I haven't received anything.
Didn't receive any. Just put some long sleeves and all pressed up. 2 days from now, we're gonna be looking for a way to cool off.
So update the header to appropriate dates. Then, update, front page. Correction to red markings. Update page number. Year. Links code. Three, 1, yes. And then
You and I are on the same page.
yeah, it's just a procedure, just procedural. Yeah.
All
All good. Okay, updates, update the header to appropriate dates, update front page with correction of red markings, update page numbers, remove NAICS code 331410, non-ferrous metals, smelting and refining, 19-3, and change 541710 to 541715 for research and development of municipal engineering websites. And then this is, zoning resolution. Changes. 6, 10, 24. One side and one side. Wait, you have to sign it, and I'll sign it, and then I'll do it. Move to accept the zoning resolution, changes, 6/10/24 as exhibit 14 with the latter taking precedence of the form.
All right, we got a motion that's pending. And you already have exhibit 14. The map is exhibit 14.
Oh, did we never vote on the map?
We never voted it.
We
Right.
did.
Never voted on the 14.
We never, that motion, except the map is exhibit 14, is still pending.
We didn't vote on it.
Let's vote on exhibit 14.
Need to bring that back?
I'll roll on motion.
Brown,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes. And then you, exhibit 15.
And then move to accept zoning resolution changes 6/10/24 as exhibit 14 with latter taking precedence of the form.
Make sure we get the numbers. Okay, that was resolution, this could be more confusing. That was resolution 13, which was about exhibit 14. Now we're gonna make resolution 14 about exhibit 15.
Okay, so just to be clear on that,
And trustee Braille, you will make that motion.
yes, it did. So exhibit 13 was the draft, exhibit 14 was the map.
Right, correct. Okay. Okay, so now the pending motion is accept exhibit 15, which is the handwritten changes, amendments that trustee Braille made.
Well, that we are making as a board.
The trustee Braille wrote.
That's correct. Illegible as it may be.
No.
No, we need to vote.
Good.
Fuller.
Yes.
Braille.
Yes. Okay, now I have the resolution. So if we're ready to,
Just the application and through exhibit 15. The application number is 24.
I'm gonna read this resolution that was provided by Mr. Stocco. What's the resolution number that we're on to accept, to vote on this document?
This is now resolution 24/06/15.
Got it. Okay. Move to, adopt with modifications the recommendations of the Berlin Township Zoning Commission by the Board of Trustees, Board of Berlin Township Trustees. The Board of Trustees of Berlin Township, Delaware County, Ohio, met in session on 6/10/24 at the Berlin Township Hall located at 3271 Cheshire Road, Delaware, Ohio, 430115. The following members were present for the vote: Trustee Bullard, Trustee Rail, Trustee Rail moved the adoption of the resolution. Whereas on June 10th, 2024, the Board of Trustees of Berlin Township received a recommendation, friendly amendment to that, it wouldn't be June 10th, it would be when we received the recommendation. Whereas on 4/8/2024, the Board of Trustees of Berlin Township received a recommendation from the Berlin Township Zoning Commission on proposed amendments identified as case BZC 24-004 zoning resolution amendments and all exhibits related thereto to the Berlin Township zoning resolution, together with the motion resolution application, text map, and recommendations of the Delaware County Regional Planning Commission related thereto. And whereas on 4/22 and 6/10/2024, the Board of Trustees conducted a public hearing on the proposed amendments as provided by law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees hereby adopts with modifications provided the recommendations of the zoning commission as attached hereto in exhibit 1 through 14, 15, and the modifications set forth. The Board of Trustees hereby adopts the amendments to Township zoning resolution and zoning map as set forth in the text and map attached hereto as exhibits 13 for the draft, with exhibit 15 for the recommended changes, and exhibit 14 for the map incorporated herein. That all formal actions of the board concerning and relating to the passage of this resolution were adopted in an open meeting of the board, and all deliberations of the board and of any of its committees that resulted in such formal actions were where a meeting was held in public in compliance with all legal requirements, including RC 121-22. This resolution shall be in full force and effective upon the recommendation as stated in the Ohio Revised Code. So the last one, just to be clear, Jeff, I changed it because it says it shall be in full force and effective immediately upon the adoption.
Right.
I believe that the Ohio Revised Code says that there's a 30-day period before it takes place. So whatever the Ohio Revised Code says is what we should, is when it should be effective.
We can say D, that this resolution shall be full force and effect as provided
By the Ohio Revised Code. Yeah, thank you. Following its adoption. Friendly modification.
Got it all? Discussion?
No, none for me, Mr. Chair.
Call the roll, please.
order.
Yes.
Rail.
Yes. Okay, and here's the. Do you want to adjourn the hearing?
Just something I want to make sure.
I've got the emails with the map and the draft. I've got, this is 14, right?
Mhm.
And I gotta post it,
That's 15, isn't it?
that's 15. 13 and 14 are,
Okay.
14's the back. I gotta post it in here.
I can write exhibit 15 on there if you want. Just to help you out there.
We'll get it. So it's right now.
So the next step would be then to, I thought it was two people. It was to send it to the auditor within 5 days. Or was there something else for that? What I'll do first, Jeff, is I'm gonna ask Scott if he could turn around those corrections in the next couple of days, and then I'll send you the modified file that you can then take to the auditor. Does that sound good?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that sound good to you? And Mr. Chair, I'd just like to thank us. He'll send it back to us, and then I'll give that to Jeff. And I would just like to send our appreciation on behalf of the board to Lizzie Seif and the zoning inspector, Jerry Valentine, and Scott Sanders, for their hard work and quick turnaround time on this.
Everyone's put work into it. including residents.
And residents as well, of course. All right, we want to adjourn this meeting and go back to regular session, like we get trustee O'Brien.
Let me just make sure, I'm the people check on, make sure.
Oh, Jeff, can take a picture of that.
Hopefully we never read that.
I hope so.
Okay.
Okay? And that, we've got everything you did, you're okay. That concludes our hearing on case BZC 24-004. And we're going to take about a 3-minute break and then we're going to move on to the next item.
Please, if you haven't signed the sign-in sheet, the door there on the table, please do that for me. I know everybody who's here. And spell your name correctly.
Just slice it through to the.
There's some seeds here, right?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I won by a little more than I thought I would.
I didn't care if it was one.
I was expecting about 200. It was really what I was expecting. Especially when the absentees came in, because I really looked at the absentees. And I was only up by 112 the absentees.
The auditor can rescind that request. I requested that he perform an audit on the treasurer's office numerous times. Not saying anything more. When do you step down from here?
So it'll be August 31st of 25. I said I'll take office until September 1st of 25. Statute determined when it was. When I was fiscal officer, that's the first thing I did. And it helps both sides too.
Oh, yes, thank you.
And if you put that time out, that would be kind of easier.
Yes. Put that time left. Oops.
I think that's your thing.
You're correct, because I usually use the G2 pen, and I know when I'm not using the G2 pen, and I have not been using the G2 pen this evening.
Then I have my red one, but I don't know what it
Okay.
is. Okay, 11:30 somewhere.
You ready to go then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's time, 8 o'clock, BCC case 24-001 and BCC case 24-003, Oak Park. And, I believe there's a subdivision. The schedule is, we have any issues? No,
I believe we should have meeting minutes. I think that we did schedule this without, or did we have meeting minutes right?
I've got 1 through 15.
You have 1 through what?
13.
I have the.
12 and 13 are just,
Eight is the meeting minutes, so we got them. Yeah, that's why I didn't think we had them, but I'm not sure what's the deal about that.
It was really before the hearing started, so it's not that consequential.
Ready to proceed, Mr. Chair.
Okay, with that, case is open, and the way we'll work this is, we will let the applicant make a presentation. We've all had a chance to read the application, take a look through it. And then, we will have questions from the board. And then we will open it up for, questions and comments from the audience in support of and against the application. So with that, I'd like to open it up to, I don't know whether it's Todd. Okay.
I'm just here in case other issues come up.
well, good evening. I'm Todd Ferris at Ferris Planning and Design. Let's see.
Do we need to turn the lights down?
Yeah.
Sure, one of them. Can't remember which one.
That'd be better.
Yeah,
And so,
right here. There we go.
that's-
So tonight, I want to introduce you guys to what we're calling Oak Park. This project, we've been working on for some time now, since 2022. We'll kind of go through the timeline on that and just kind of how we got here, because I think that the history is a little bit important. Of how we got here and how we came to the resolution of the site plan that stands today.
Are those copies for us?
Yeah, oh, yes, they are, good for you. And it's the same as this.
Yes.
Sorry about that. These should be things that are in your packet in some form or
Yeah,
another
they are.
already. Anybody else? We've got several. If anybody needs a handout. So anyways, I'm assuming you guys are all familiar with where the site's at. It's about 90 acres south of Peach Blow. A little on the east side of 23, a few hundred feet off of 23, just north of the Worthington Arms Mobile Home Park, and then next to the Fairview Memorial Cemetery. One of the things I wanted to kind of go over in the beginning is kind of how this kind of starts fitting in, and just showing you some of the things that we considered at the very beginning of this from a regional perspective. This kind of has all of the, not all of them even, but it has quite a few of the projects that have been recently approved or been approved for a while in the surrounding areas. It shows how we tie into those. And it also starts highlighting some of the regional improvements that this site brings to the table that are recommendations of both the thoroughfare plan and the comprehensive plan for both the township as well as the county. We obviously have North Road, which is at the major north-south arterial that goes through Evans Farms and Berlin Meadows. But this site is also seen as an alternative or the backage road along 23. And the site plan or the comprehensive plans indicate that there is a major north-south roadway that will be going along 23, paralleling that to alleviate some of the traffic problems that we do have on 23. Also, the comprehensive plan shows that there's connection to the rest of these developments that aligns with Drive Parkway. So those are two major roadway improvements that happen on this one particular site that we need to accommodate for, and how to utilize those and work them into a scheme that makes sense and benefits everybody. And how we utilize those. And then the second slide really starts showing more of infrastructure improvements that really kind of start filling out the sanitary sewer infrastructure for this area to make it usable. Surprisingly, Berlin Meadows, its sewer that's brought up through there is not tributary to this site. So this site goes back to the same lift station, but the county requires that we have to bring sewer up along 23 to the site, and that will service then the balance of the areas that are in the township in this vicinity with the extension of the sewer. So those are two pretty big things that we need to accomplish to bring this site to even make it developable to begin with. And again, the surrounding uses, I think you're all familiar with those. This is kind of more of a history of how we got here. Back in December of 2022, we had some informal discussions first with I think, zoning administrator, and then some informally then with the board where we came here and met with them and presented different options of what could we do with this site? What makes sense? We knew that we were going to have a connection from 23. We've been working on that with this property owner. We knew that we had to have a north-south roadway through there. But our first meeting was like, well, this really isn't very exciting. I mean, it's just roadways with the same old on it, where you have a big retail center, like on this one, with some single family lots. And then over here, it's a little bit more exciting because it's got some condos with a little green, but that's about it.
But what we started focusing on after we had input from the planning commission was something that creates a destination here and creates a focus where this becomes more of an activity hub, a place where people want to go to, and not a place that you go by. So that was important to the commission at that point, or the board, that there was some placemaking that we could accomplish on this site that gave it a reason to be here, other than the fact that it's some acreage that's behind some of these lots that are on 23. Again, more history. This is just there's what's in your meeting notes, a very condensed version in here from our original presentation at regional planning and their recommendations, then through your planning board. Regional planning, their comments that carried through the planning board obviously was to reduce density in the TPUD area to 4 dwelling units per acre. Consider combining the PCD and NCD proposals into a unified PCD request. Make sure that we have a connection to US 23 as part of the project, and consider protecting additional acreage of wooded land, basically in the southeast corner of the property. And from that, we started several different hearings with your board to get to where we're at today.
When you say board, can you be more specific?
Your zoning board?
The zoning commission?
Yeah, zoning commission.
'Cause you're not, it sounds like you're meeting with our board.
Okay, here's your zoning commission, okay.
Yeah, and it says P and Z, I'm not sure what P and Z is.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm gonna planning and zoning.
Planning zone,
So that sounds like a municipality.
we don't have a PG.
yeah, you have, yours is the
BZC.
BZC.
Is that a zoning
BZC.
inspector that I think you referenced as the administrator, but I'm not sure, was that Kathy Ripple or was that Jerry Valentine or
Oh, at that point, that was,
Jake Vaughn?
no, it was before Jacob. Who was it that we were meeting with?
It was November 2023, it was Jake Vaughn.
Was it when we first met with Jacob? Then he
No,
had some-
that was before Jake.
Okay. But regardless, you were meeting the zoning inspector,
And zoning
and then
inspector.
BZC is who you've been working
Yes,
with.
and the BZC, yes, the
Yes,
BZC.
it's supposed to be BZC.
Through the BZC, the recommendations that they had, there were several of them, but again, these are the highlights. That we work with the neighbors to determine buffering between the different uses. They wanted us to add more amenities and define green spaces, obviously decrease the density in the TPUD. They wanted us to revise the development text language to be more specific, more about the details that we're going to provide, four-sided architecture, things of that nature. There were comments that the stream really bifurcated the site and that it would be nice to provide another crossing just so that there was easier connection pedestrian-wise across that stream. Some concern about the townhouses along Berlin Meadows, being a maximum of 2 stories along that versus a 3. They wanted a variety of roof lines, the mixed-use buildings and the townhouses, which we agreed to and incorporated into the language. They wanted restrictions, in addition to the other restrictions that we already have in the PCD, to restrict daycare and hotel uses as well. They wanted additional parking added to the townhouse area, and again, adding community amenities throughout the site. So here's kind of a look at the plan as it was initially submitted, regional planning, to where we ended up today with this site. And you'll notice that there's been quite a few refinements if you look at that, where amenity areas and things like that have been added. The open space network has been enhanced. Between the two, you'll see that there's been central green space areas. What it's tries to go towards Ken there. I think it's because I've got this. I don't want to sit there back here. Well, we've integrated the green space in a lot more coherent manner, have given lots of pedestrian connections that obviously take everybody from the site either down the main roadway to our central green or through across the pedestrian bridge We've utilized the existing stream as an amenity through the site. We're enhancing that with pathways and landscaping. Again, locating different activity areas throughout the site as far as like bocce. Do we have bocce ball? I believe it's just pickleball. No, just pickleball, shelters, quite a few shelters that we've added as far as different shelters throughout the area. The dog parks, and then we did add 2 tot lots, both in the condominium area to the north, as well as to the townhouse section to the south. The namesake of the site, there's a large oak tree that's down in the southwest corner of the site. Large oak tree. That's how we come up with the name Oak Park. That park area we enhanced. So it was more instead of just a preservation area for the oak, but it was more of an active space where we had bench seating and things of that nature. So we did focus more on that as well. Again, we reduced the density that enabled us to have more unified open spaces throughout the site, and again, added that pedestrian crossing on the street. Oops. That's backwards. So that's kind of the big overview of the site. That's what we did specifically into the different sub areas, which these slides start representing. We have the northern portion, which is the cottages, which is a condominium product, age targeted, single family detached units that they're not on lots. They're condominium. We show it with what I would say building pad outline, so you can see where homes will be and how we are. But that shows you how they'll be oriented on the site, both towards our interior green spaces as well as to the streets. Again, we have 2 pods, both on the east side and west side of that major north-south collector. That is that a 70-foot right of way? I don't remember if that's a 70 or 60-foot right of way that the county wanted us to do on that one.
And it's 60-foot right of way, but there are lot easements on the side of the right of way to change back inside.
Yeah, so again, we are providing pathway, multi-use pathway on the west side, and then sidewalks on the east side along that north-south roadway, which is a totally unloaded road, similar to North Road, where we don't have any units that access that directly, and it just has limited curb cuts. So that's used more as a thoroughfare than a local street. The townhouse area on the south side of the site, again, it basically starts wrapping around some of our commercial areas in the south and serves as a transition from Berlin Meadows, which is showing up on this the slide on the bottom right. Those are the lots of Berlin Meadows, and then we serve as a buffer between that and the retail area to the west of that. Again, we proposed a mixture of 2- and 3-story townhouses in the village of Oak Park, whereas all of the units that back up to Berlin Meadows are restricted to 2-story in height, and that the others that are on the interior to the site can be either 2- or 3-story. We had manipulated some of the site plans around based off of recommendations from the BZC. The BZC to add additional on-street parking. They felt that we needed some more throughout the site, so we did add that. We also relocated the top lot and the commercial, the shelter behind that first building when you come in through the apartments to the due west there. And again, we've also preserved more trees on the south side of this project in response to Regional Planning Commission's recommendations as well. Central to this site too is a wetland with a small wooded area that we're using as a kind of a natural divide between all of the three different projects, incorporating the pathway system into that as well. And serves kind of as an internal green space or buffer between the different projects. There are two divergences that we're asking for in the TPUD. Building height limits increased from 35 feet to 45 feet for the townhouses only. And that would pertain to the ones that are not along Berlin Meadows, but the ones that are internal. In doing so, that we have made conditions in the zoning text that the roof lines can't be consistent. That was a fear that we'll have a building that's, 120 feet long, and the ridge line will be the same across the top. So they wanted us to step that, and there were some exhibits architecturally that showed that. And they wanted us to put that in writing and commit to a variation in the roof lines, which we have done for both the 2 and 3-story project within that area. And then the second divergence, structure separation, we've asking for a decrease from 25 feet to a 10-foot separation for the condominiums, and then a 20-foot separation for the townhouses. Those are common distances that we see in these product types. In particular, the H-targeted, we see that as, it enables more open space where people are using it. People aren't, they don't have yards that they're out using. They're more interested in using the walking paths and things around there. Again, because they're each targeting kind of the walking leave concept as far as the product type. The townhouses, again, 20-foot separation is adequate for that. Again, it does the same thing. It increases more open space. And again, the living areas are behind the units and not obviously to the sides. Kind of hop then over to the flats at Oak Park. These are part of the PCD area, central to the activity portion of the site. These are centered basically around the town green. We see that town green as a central activity center or area for the site that can be programmed for different things like farmers markets, festivals, concerts, things of that nature, where we have all kinds of events that can happen there. We have the buildings that front onto those open spaces, similar to what you would see in a more built-up area. That really celebrates that and creates a walkable community where we have that activity that will draw people. The flats themselves are a series of 4 buildings. Two that are north of the east-west roadway and then 2 that are south of the east-west roadway. The building on the left side over here is a mixture of commercial uses on the first floor with residential apartments on the second and third floor. And then the north building is 3 stories of apartments. On the south side, we have a similar configuration where the westernmost building is commercial on the first floor. That lower wing, we've committed to that being a recreation facility on the first floor, but the remainder of that will be commercial. And then the second and third floors of that will be apartments. And then the eastern building, is 3 stories of apartments. Along the south, we have located garages. These are 6 garages in each bank. We utilize those for a couple of reasons. Number one is to provide a buffer between Worthington Arms and ourselves to reduce our impact to them. And we do have some sightline studies that show that how we've done that and why that makes sense. And also to provide some covered parking options for the residents if they desire to incorporate that as well. Again, divergences, I don't know if these are for all of them, this is probably for all of them. Is it on this other sheet too? No, it's not. Okay. Let's go through this one as well then. And this is the purely commercial portions of the PCD. The other ones were mixed use. but these are purely commercial. What we have on the east side is a larger format building that would be specialty retail targeted towards a grocer. We see the need in this area for a small outlet grocer. This isn't a big footprint by any means, so this would be in line with some of the specialty grocers that would be in the region. And then on the east side, the west side, I don't know, more southeast, west side will be a series of out parcels, 3 out parcels that can support things such as banks, things of that nature. And then we, again, like I said, we have gone through and the use codes and restricted several of those out, and then in addition to the ones that were also recommended by the BZC. One of the things that you'll notice between both of these is how we have brought the buildings up to the street and then basically located the parking behind the units. Again, we're trying to get more of a pedestrian feel for this center area. 23 has the precedent has generally been set where you have parking, a lot of parking in the building way behind. We saw this as a unique walking environment. Again, wanted to create a place for people to live and to play, to have fun. That's why we bring these things up to the street. With a limited amount of parking, we do engage this central green with angled parking, kind of create that downtown, what I'm going to say, downtown or town square effect. So there is some immediate parking that's available for that. But most of the parking is located behind the buildings. So this would be more reminiscent of what you would see like in Worthington or in Dublin, things like that, where the front is walkable and the service areas and stuff are in the back. That's going back to the vision that we had heard brought to us again from BZC and that we've developed along with this proposal. One of the things that we spent a lot of time on were the different buffers and how we're going to deal with that. As you guys are probably aware that this is a 2-step process. This is the preliminary development plan and the final development plan for all of our final landscape architecture. It is done at the next level, but there was concern from the residents and the board or the zoning BZC. I'm sorry about that, about what we were going to do for those buffers. So we put together an exhibit that showed the different buffer types that we'd be utilizing around the peripheries of the site to accomplish that. And there are several different categories here. And if you guys want to go into any detail on that, I can have Andrew run through that. But there's just a mixture of mounting versus just trees or mounting with trees, evergreen trees, naturalized buffers that remain, maybe be enhanced, and just the different colors reflect to the different areas throughout the site. And how we're going to do that. And again, here, this is a representation of the garage, I believe. Is that the garage? Yeah, that's the garage, and how that they would buffer 3-story building next to the units there, or the little home park, where those are located along the property line. So what they do, in effect, with the vegetation is provide a nice hard surface that would obviously keep people from going back and forth, but also helps with any noise mitigation between the two properties as well. One of the, did spend a lot of time, the BZC, on the open spaces. What are they? We want to link these together. We want to make sure that somebody, or the number 3 up there can get down to number 7 or whatever. So again, there's an extensive walking trail system throughout the site, but we also started programming these open spaces and showing what would be part of them. item one's an arborist. We want to do something fun at that park area. So something where people could come and kind of hang out and, just enjoy it, because it's more of a serene place, less active, but at the same time, we see that it's across from the recreation center, that it could potentially have some people that would be out there utilizing that space as well. We have our dog park that's central to the project. Black horse fence along the wooded area. Oh, right, because I'm not here. These are images of the different shelters. We don't want all the same shelter throughout. We did cut all different sizes for them, but I think some of them have different cues that we can take, and so they're not all rustic. I think some could be more modern, of that nature that just represent some of the thinking of the younger generation today, and just some of the cues that they pick up on, incorporate that in our open spaces. In pickleball court, that's not really catered towards the younger generation. That's why it's up to the north with the age-targeted condominiums. Pedestrian bridge, again, we've worked with the county engineer and our civil engineers to be able to look at doing a crossing across that creek. So we're able to do that. And then we're incorporating black horse fencing and things like that. Along portions of this roadway to give a theme throughout the area that ties it together, not just architecture, but again, points to the elements as well. Oh, it did change, okay. Again, landscape amenity and character. There's a lot of passive open space as well as some of the active open space. There's the stream, again, that's central through this site. It really bisects through here, comes down and goes off site. Then there's a little lake that comes through there. It's a feature that needs to be enhanced, that we want to enhance. Right now, even though it's a stream, it's really a large agricultural ditch. But with us being able to come in and add pathways, landscaping, prairie type of plantings, grass meadow plantings, that can become an attractive feature throughout the site that we can incorporate, kind of weave into this. More, I don't want to say urban environment, but really kind of becomes a nice feature of the site. Again, just different views, the overlooks, meadows, naturalized ponds that we see throughout the site as well, and then pathways. This analysis, and I'm no expert at reading these things, but one of the comments that we have received was, what's the impact going to be to Olentangy schools? So I worked with the superintendent and his group to come up, this is their figures. I came up with the costs of what we think these things are going to be valued. And again, using some pretty safe numbers on the condos and the townhouses. Same for the apartments and the commercial. So they looked at what their projections are on the generation of students, as well as the added value to this. And in the end, there's over the lower right-hand corner, $1.6 million generated in additional fees for the school district based off of these figures every year, based on this mixed-use concept that we have, versus if it was just all single family or some other type of use. So they seemed pretty excited when they ran the numbers and were able to submit that to me, and also the lower impact of the school-age children on the yields per unit as well. So that was interesting information that just happened to come out of the homework that was given to us by the EZC. And these are some 3D models that we put together that really start showing you visually what this space will look like. This is the plan taken and built up. So we've put a skin on the buildings. The only thing that we know is that the client wants the brick and wants it to be more, traditional looking. The architecture may not exactly reflect that. Don't focus on the architecture on any of these. Focus on the spaces and what we're going to create in those. So the architecture is more of the background that you see on this, but all of the details that you see in the foreground. Landscaping, the pathways, the fencing are things that we do know. And then the architecture just actually fills in as far as the final details when they get to that portion of developing what those buildings would look like. But again, these are views of the central green that we see again being activated. These are more pedestrian activated oriented views. If you were walking through that central green along the streetscape, again, just more ground level views showing you the central green and how that feels. And, everybody's driving a Porsche apparently. It looks like the Mustang. Again, we're trying to meld kind of a historic character with more of a modern downtown area to create an active space that we want to again attract young professionals in a place for 55 and older. Again, a place to be, not a place that you drive past, but a place to be. Well, again, more views of how we activate that. And, that's into the slideshow. So that's kind of the big overview. It's hard to do two years of justice in 10, 20 minutes, whatever it took, half an hour. I probably thought longer. But there's been a lot of information that we've provided on this. We've had a lot of studies that have been done with not only ODOT, but the county as far as traffic, city of Delaware. We're all involved in all of this stuff. Obviously, there's been a lot of coordination with the sewer department as far as routing for getting the utilities up here for that, water as well. So it's been a lot of time and a lot of effort to get to this point, to bring this package before you. I know I've glossed over a lot of this. Guys, I know we're going to have a lot of questions, a lot of comments, which is fine, and we will answer those to the best of our knowledge or the best of our abilities here. We've got our book as well, and we kind of go through those and go from there. Do you guys have anything to? Come on.
The Delco water is going to come from the other side of 23, the 12-inch line, and they've asked that as the final engineering gets worked out, that goes to it would be the northeast part of the township along Peach Blow Road and service areas of the township that are currently a little less in service, water service, even though there's an 18-inch line further to the south that went back and served the Merlin Meadows. It was supposed to service a lot farther than that, and I don't know the details of that. And I would also indicate to you, one of the first things that the client was made aware of was the southern connection to the mobile home park. Unfortunately, because of the 23 Connect study, we're not sure where that's going to end up. They, in 2003, your predecessors supported very strongly that when they took away their full access at the mobile home park, that they would have access to a light, and they said they would have within 23, or within 3 years. It's now 21 years later, and they still don't have access. We brought that to ODOT's attention. I went and copied the articles. I copied the comments made by this board, and they kind of just said, well, we'll see. And that's also going to be reflected that it appears right now, and what we're planning for is a right in, right out at 23, not a full access, because they may take away the light at Wright Brothers Parkway. but we don't know that for sure yet. So,
The plans change a lot, but, just to add to that, ODOT made a presentation on 23 Connect, and they're going to basically put up a wall on the center of the road and use viaducts to get over 23, and the two that would be in this area, one is at Shanahan, one is at Glen Parkway. So the next one to the north will be Glen Parkway, so the one there at Glen Parkway, I don't know where that will end up in the long run, but that was what ODOT was showing in the 23 that plan.
you know, those are discussions they have to have with the various property owners. I want this board to know that I personally contacted Wright Brothers Corporation. I contacted people at the mobile home park and with their corporate offices and informed them that ODOT appeared to be not living up to its word. And so they started attending the ODOT meetings and participating in those, and I don't know where that will come out either. I mean, no one knows what's going to happen.
If this happened, that would be a lot more population to get in and out of there. And so if they do right in, right out, it would make a big difference.
Yeah.
Understand. Is that as far as you want to go?
As far as I want to go right now, yeah.
Okay. Now I want to open it for the trustees to ask questions. Going to go in reverse alphabetical order. Trustee Burrell, let's you go first this time.
Should we turn the lights on?
Now,
Okay. Just a few starter questions here. So to the north, you mentioned that the target population is aging population. And you have the condos, and then on the inside is where you'll have, how many stories?
3 on the townhouses, 3 stories.
But the target population is still for the Asian population?
Not on the townhouses, those are more towards young professionals. So the
So-
condos are on the north side.
So you're envisioning to the north, Asian population, and to the south, younger population. Okay. And then the connection in the town center is in the younger population that you envision, right?
There's pedestrian connections to all sections that get to that, but obviously the closest ones are from the apartments and the townhouses.
But those are built for the north as well,
But what's built for the north?
all of that. You have the pickleball courts, and you said that those were for the,
Yeah, the pickleball,
pickleball's for everyone.
well, yeah, it is for, yeah, but we see that it tends to be.
But they would walk down from the north to the
Or
south to do that.
Yes.
And how far of a walk do you think that would be?
It's not that far, I mean,
Or just far enough to warm up for playing pickleball.
yeah,
Stretch on?
yeah, I have to remember something for you to tell you that. I could venture a guess of 500 feet, but that's probably incorrect.
And then down in the south, you were mentioning concerts as well?
Potential for outdoor concerts or things like that in that community green. Like Iron Maiden and Motley Crue.
I think that Asian population would appreciate that.
Well, they would, because
That's my generation.
that is their
music,
age.
so yeah.
Okay. Just generally, I like some of the amenities. The divergences, though, are a bit of an issue. And I'm not exactly sure how to exactly address those divergences. One would be that you have of course, the height, 45 versus 35. And I saw that was also addressed by the BZC. And what was your guys' response to the BZC with that? And is there any update to your answer?
Well, we've asked for that divergence with them, and we looked at minimizing the two-story along Berlin Meadows. So there's that transition from two-story before we hopped up to three-story. So they thought that that was an appropriate transition. Their big concern was that once we got to that three-story height, that roof line wasn't consistent. That way it had some variation. So
then when you get up to the 45, I actually am a proponent of transitional zoning too, but when you get to that 45 sight line, how far away are you from the surrounding existing residences?
Once we get to that 45-foot sight line, existing residences are probably, I'm gonna say, on the townhouses, they're probably about 100 feet away. I would say because we have 30 feet, 60 feet, 30 feet, so it's about 100, somewhere in that range. That's the townhouses. And then on the south where we have the apartments, we have, on the easternmost building number 4, we have about 150 feet. And then the western building, we have about 100 feet. So about 100 feet is closest that we have to.
What about on the southern portion where
Yeah, it's about 100 feet. Yeah,
where the two offices?
yeah, 100 feet.
From that corner?
Yeah. Because that's a 60-foot parking bay. We're probably about 15 feet off the parking bay to the building, and over 25 feet off to the south of that to Wilmington Arms. So we're close to 100 feet.
And then for for the residential being within a PRD, that's pretty substantive
Yeah, that was a recommendation. Yes,
divergence.
it is. Yeah. Yeah, your code doesn't really have, other than that neighborhood, what we had before is the only thing that allows for NCD, is the only thing that has a provision for mixed use. It's the only thing that you have in your code that's a mixed use. And this is a thing that doesn't really exist in your code. The only way, initially we had meetings with Scott. Again, we had the meetings with the BZC as well. But Scott Sanders, or DCRPC's recommendation would be to ask for that use allowed, and that's what Evans Farms did, to get that into their mixed use section of their portion. Because Orange Township didn't have a mixed use code either. Right now, the townships just have strict PCD, single family, multifamily. It just doesn't mix together. And that's one of the things that this client, which he couldn't be here tonight, but Kieran bought this property. He really wants to provide a mixed use destination. This is something that he wants to do. This was his desire. I told him, I said, this is out of the box. This is out of the box for Berlin Township. It doesn't fit into anything. But based off, again, conversations that we had with BZC, Scott Sanders, tried to have some conversation with you guys before we brought this in, but the only way we could get an answer was to bring it in. So we spent the last 2 years getting to this point with that.
So how open, are you all to addressing some of these divergences and making them a little less? For example, the height.
Probably not. We need the 3-story to get this to work. 2-story town center doesn't really work very well. We also need, I think, some of the density to help with these roadways. There's a lot of costs that are involved in this. The only way to go down to 2-story is probably to get rid of the commercial, but because that's the one thing that's going to be the hardest to deal with this far off of 23. But that's why we created this pocket that would draw restaurants, the recreation facility, the boutique grocer to get back to here. Who wants to be this far off of 23? We got to create that environment for them to be at to begin with. So that's what we did with this. Otherwise, everybody's going to be out on 23, right? Because that's what we can do. Now, they won't have access anymore. That's a good thing. If we've got a right in, right out, we're better than a lot of people if we don't have full service anymore. But again, to activate that, we want to have this mix of uses. So not only do the people that live here have a place to go, but people in the township have a place to go. So they can come here as well, obviously, and enjoy the shops that are here, and walk on the paths, and do things like that. So addressing the divergences, we'll get back to your question. The height probably is going from 3-story to 2-story could be an issue. What are the other ones? The separation. If I were to go to a 25-foot building separation in the condos, I'd probably say, well, let's scrap that and put these on public streets and turn these into single-family homes, because at that point, I've got families that are going to be there, and I don't want to have these people maintaining private streets that have that. So we'd probably look at a different product. And that's just a reality. I mean, the people that we're attracting, they don't want to mow lawns. They don't want to have those lawns. They don't use those lawns. That's again why we have the setbacks that we have. Typical with the Epcon developments that you've seen around. I'm sure you've been into one or two to see those. But again, this is the low maintenance lifestyle that these people want. They've had their regrets. They're done with them. Again, it preserves a lot of open space on the site. Allows us to do that. We could spread them out. Just the open space becomes in their yards where they don't appreciate it.
I mean, the product of the condos makes a lot of sense. Single story to fill in, particularly in Delaware County, the largest housing gap is actually in the 55+ community over the next 10 years, which is anticipated to grow by 23%. And so we definitely want to address that. I will say that I kind of question the thematizing of this and putting, so many different target populations and target audiences. You have tot lots and commercial and condos and people that will want single story and quiet, and then noise and 3 stories right there next to it. While it's appreciated to kind of get some variety, I'm not sure about the way that products are being tied together in terms of making some cohesive community. I think the noise particularly would be a pretty significant problem to undertake, especially since we do have a noise ordinance in the township. But I am curious as to what could be done to unify the vision a little bit more and address some of the general housing demands that will be forthcoming over the next decade, specifically in Berlin Township and 55+ communities.
Yeah.
They're not gonna want to go up 3 stories. They're not gonna.
No, the 55 and older won't, but
They're not gonna.
the 55 and older like to be right next to the shopping.
walking to grocery stores.
They want to be able to do that, because if you look at where Epcot picks all their communities, usually very close proximity to busy commercial areas. So
Well, there's
the
so
noise-
many, there's kind of all over the place. I mean, you think about like across from Berlin High School or Owen High School or in the orange development areas. But I hear what you're saying.
yeah, there's they
Which would
like,
make a good case for a true PRD going to commercial, having it be the target population, we won't say designated, it's 55 plus,
Yeah.
with that commercial layered into it.
yeah, I mean, there will be some, obviously, with the 3-story type product, it's interior hallway, secured. You see a very demographic in there. It's not all just young people. I mean, it's not a frat party all the time, but because, these things are ADA accessible. Again, probably elevators in all of these. So it caters to everybody. And again, the apartment complexes that I've visited or have gone through aren't noisy. They're not noisy. I mean, I haven't gone through one, and the people are inside or they're.
Well, I just think it's reasonable to expect if your target population is young professionals that it will probably have some noise. I mean, and you're saying you want concerts there, so, I
I gravitated on the noisy
expect
thing.
that.
We won't have concerts here. We're gonna have church services and they'll just sing hymns, I guess. But
I also do know that with young professionals also mentioned wanting swimming pools and things like that. Did you guys consider putting in a swimming pool in the south side specifically?
now, we didn't, again, the client didn't want to deal with the swimming pool.
And then usually the 45 feet high, I mean, you see that typically off of pretty busy, roadways. So like right off of 23, for example, you'll see those 3 stories, those 45 feet high
And those are 4-story.
apartments.
Yeah,
Some of them,
Yeah.
some of
Like the
them are
Caldera
full.
and stuff, those are.
The closer that you get to 270, but I mean, out here, when you see, a lot of those 3 stories off of bigger roads, you don't really see it tucked back into like, wedging it between 2 neighborhoods.
Yeah, 35 is possible if all these have flat roofs, and there's no very roof lines. And that's, what's a story? A story is,
10-ish.
so if it's just had parapets, then it's not an issue. But, to get more of a varied roof line and look, and be able to have some some articulation, that's what we're looking at, because your code doesn't go to the mean of it. Your code is what the code is, it's the maximum height. So that's.
You also have to be concerned about the ambient noise.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
The ambient noise of 23. Actually having those higher buildings would deflect that from going further to the east. I don't know what the counts are today, but when we looked at the Walmart store at the New Cheshire Road, that the counts were that it was running at 75% of 71. Now that was before they added the 3rd lane, so that may not be as accurate as it once was, but there is a ton of traffic on US 23. And I don't see that letting up without having other avenues to get people to where they want to go. But I think that when you look at the property and its proximity to 23, I mean, we're only 750 feet in, which by your own standards and where you want to bag the roads is in that general vicinity. So I just think that, it is just an unusual situation
being on US 23. You look at what they're doing just immediately south of Shanahan Road. Look at the apartment complexes that are going in there, in Orange Township. So this isn't dissimilar to that line of flow that you're gonna see along that corridor.
That's exactly the point that I was making, and I appreciate you bringing that up. Like, so that's all along 23, right off of 23, which makes sense to have that 3-story, and then they have a number of Schottenstein, right? Is that what you're referring to on the corner? And then they have, so they transition to the 2-story the closer they get. But there's the, and maybe it's just the fact that you run out of room to be able to work with, right? So in that development, they have a good amount of the 2-story before they transition to the 3-story, and you can see that from the road. This is kind of unique because it's, the height goes up as you go towards the middle, which makes sense in terms of not being disruptive at the edge of the property lines. What you would maybe gain in sound resistance by that 10 extra feet, is it worth the loss of the sight line? You know, being somewhere around 100 feet from the property line in some cases. I'm just not sure that I'm convinced that that divergence is, one, necessary, but two, substantive enough to really, approve.
Well, we would just disagree on that. I think that the type of housing that this project represents is exactly what communities need. They need to have places where young people can.
That's not my argument, so I don't think we do disagree. If we did disagree on anything, it would be, if you can have 3 stories with 35 feet versus 3 stories with 45 feet, if you think that you need that extra 10 feet to get those 3 stories, that would be our disagreement. But you're not gonna get me to disagree on the fact that young professionals need housing too, or that, 55 plus communities need housing too. Totally agree with you on that. I'm not sure that this is solving the issue by saying that we have to have it be 45 feet, otherwise the whole thing fails. I think that we should try to make certain that in the divergence it's requesting, it's because it's a necessity for the success of the development. And I'm not seeing that. I think you guys can be very successful and meet the height requirements, don't you?
Again, it goes to when you're looking at trying to do a development and to provide whatever it is to say affordable housing, you have to make compromises in that. I think that Todd did an excellent job of trying to look at that and trying to provide, this is not going to just be an island by itself. It is going to connect directly into Berlin Meadows. It also, we have the issue with the mobile home park to the south. And
I don't see any of those as issues, and again, what I'm very specifically asking about is the 10 feet height divergence, none of which, you can still have the 3 stories, you can still have the same amount of apartments, and you can be in compliance with the maximal height. That's my point. So unless that's the area of disagreement, everything you're saying, I'm still in agreement with you on.
Yeah, I would say the 35 feet, if there, and I don't even know how much variation in the roof line parapet you could have then, because you're right, we can do it, but it's a flat roof. So that's doable, or maybe portions are 2-story, I don't know.
Oh, that's an interesting thought.
Well, yeah, so you go up and down, but there's lots of different things that we can do.
I'll just say, well, I would like to see the height addressed. I think that is, it's not a necessary divergence request of the success of this project, and it's something that you can comply with, and that I think that you should comply with.
Yeah. Yeah, we can take,
I'm sorry, did you have
Karen's
something?
not here, so we'll have to take that next one, but, yeah, and the townhouses, I think they're probably easier to do with on that than too. But, I just don't want to sacrifice, well, what, the roof lines on some of these things just make it stand out. But again, I understand your point. It doesn't have to have it to work. Yes, we can do 3-story with flat roofs.
So I guess we did have something. Are we hearing that you would be accepting all a flat roof on the townhomes within the community with other types of roofs immediately adjacent to them, just to meet?
What you're hearing from me is you're not going to get my vote at 45 feet.
So she was 35 feet.
And then make it work, and that's what you're hearing from me. I have not made any comment on the roofing or saying do a flat roof or this gentleman is incredibly creative with design, and I truly trust that he will make it look spectacular while meeting the height requirement for this project. That's what I'm saying.
And so 2-story isn't the issue, it's a 35 foot.
Yeah.
Which could be 2-story if the architect can't get over not having a flat roof. So that's when you fire him and move on to the next one.
All right, I'm good for now.
Okay, for the record, you mentioned you were taking it back, and I'm not sure Jeff can record the name of the person. You said you would have to take it to.
Oh, Kieran, Kiran, Basaretti, Basareddy. Yeah, he's the owner of this property.
Okay, so thank you. I have a variety of questions. I'll start with the utility letters. It doesn't seem to me like they really answered the questions that the board should really be addressing. So what question did you ask the utility companies to answer?
When we ask for their ability to provide service, we do exactly that. We send them a site plan and say, are you able to provide services to this location? And they'll write back and say, yes, we are.
Okay,
And then they tell us, later on, they may tell us detail that Mike was talking about relative to where services need to come from and where the development is going to be.
so for this board, I don't think we need to know either of those. I like to know because it affects other developments nearby, but it doesn't really influence my vote. But what I'm hearing is that you're saying, oh, they can, and that's what I'm reading, they can serve. But I'm not reading, they can serve what you're asking to build it.
They can, yes.
They can is different than they shall.
Sure, it is.
So these letters don't really answer, for instance, on AEP. Yes, we can service it, but it's not saying it will service this plan.
That is probably not, that is correct. However, they don't know what this plan is at this point in time. There's no load calculation for AEP, for instance. There's no load calculations that have been made for the developer to provide to AEP. Say, here's the number of kilowatts we need to provide services for. The AEP has said they can provide service, so they will then provide the transformers and the right service points within the development to provide the right voltage to each location. So without knowing specifics, they can't say, we will provide 75 kilovolts to this transformer so that you can distribute from there. We, the developer and the engineers will tell them we need this much load, or we're going to draw this much load from the system, and then they'll come in and provide the necessary services to that.
I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't help us determine that you actually can get the service for this plan.
That's true, but that's also the case with every other development.
Well, and that's why I think we now have to start addressing this, because Evans Farms told us, oh, we can get service there. And what do we know now? No, they can't, to the level that they want to build.
Okay.
Then when you go to Columbia, they don't say really much of anything at all.
They don't. They stopped writing letters that meant anything about 3 years ago. And I don't disagree with you on that, that's for sure.
So that's not helpful to the board to say that you're actually going to be.
That's all we can get out of Columbia Gas anymore. That's all they will give you. They don't want to commit to, other than saying that there's stuff in the area. And that we will look at, well, what they don't want to get is a letter that says, oh, we're going to take it to you and you won't have to pay for it.
Well, but they're not even saying that.
I know, they're not.
I mean, I understand what you're saying there, but that's not what they're saying.
Yeah, I don't know what else we can do to get stuff from these people other than ask them again to clarify. Here's what we got, and can you do 98 of these and 57 of those and some of these?
When you asked for the letter from the Rural Township Fire Department, what information did you give them?
They get copies of the plans, they get copies of the water lines that show the hydrants, and I believe they also get a turning template maneuverability of the fire trucks throughout the building.
So you gave them this plan with 45-foot roofs.
Yeah, and then she drops them off directly at the fire department because they never get transferred from that desk over to the fire department, so we do it for you guys now because we always get a phone call, so we just do it.
And we also typically recently had questions come back from, forgetting what they were named, but they're looking for
Steve
more.
Arnold.
Yes, they're looking for more detail early on than we can't provide, so they want to know, how many gallons, what's the flow at a particular hydrant, we can't provide that until the rest of the design.
Because again, you have a useless letter. It says, it's been determined that service is available for a mixture of residential and commercial development. But not this plan.
Yeah, because those are, I think, at least in the water case, again, that's very similar to the electricity case. We don't know how much water is going to be required specifically, because we don't know what pressures are in the system right now, so we don't know how, we don't know what the pressures are going to be at the second story residential. We don't know gallons.
So what good is this letter?
It's them telling us that they can provide.
No, this is telling us it's in Berlin Township. That's all this says.
Yeah, again, there's a fellow standard that we.
Well, I think they've in the past that have been a little more specific, because sometimes they point out flaws like the turning radius. But if you didn't provide the information, they can't say, no, we can't do it. So they say, oh, it's in Berlin Township, we service it. So the answer is, yes, they service it, but we know that. It doesn't say it can service this plan. That's my point. And we don't have a ladder or an area. So 45-foot, how are we gonna put that out? Call orange?
I hope you do, because you don't have 3-story apartments. on
Yeah.
Berlin Quarter overlay district. Those don't have 45-foot high roofs.
Well, I don't really like that answer, because we need to be able to service our own. And when the business park is developed, we will have an area. But we don't have an area. And we're currently, it's taken us 4.5 years to get our engine.
Wow. Oh, COVID probably part of that.
And it's not even set that it'll come in 4.5 years.
It's coming from all the way from Dublin.
Over that set.
So,
Yeah, 20 miles from there.
Yeah, I watch them squirt water to the pond.
I did reach out to,
And I don't know if the letter was in there, I didn't see it, from Suburban actually.
Yeah, I did see.
And Suburban, I personally made the contact. And I talked to Darren, and he said we can provide gas service. I also met personally with David Wolf from Delco, and with the extension.
Those two, I have no question.
But I'm not disagreeing.
And I'm not sure whether or not they have a territory fight between Columbia and Suburban. That I'm not aware of.
Well, we can't, that's.
So I know it's saying it can, but are they allowed to? And that's the. That's why I don't want to go to Suburban.
I think that's a larger discussion, and I'm not saying you're wrong, I think you're raising legitimate questions. But I think that's better suited to a standard letter, for the fire department saying, this is the information we need to know.
Yeah. And I'm not opposed to that.
Yes.
So, I'm going to jump ahead, assuming things go well, which I really shouldn't assume, because I have other questions that you're not gonna like. But if this does go forward, I would be opposed to it being allowed to have having the time frame extended without having dated useful utility and fire letters. So you know how people come in and ask for an extension. I would want in our resolution that it shall not be available to even request an extension without updated utility
And I think that's,
services.
I think that was one of the goals you had when you talked about going to one stop, doing the preliminary and final, where you would get that kind of detailed information, but with the preliminary, you don't have to have that at this stage of the game.
Fair point, and I think a good one.
I don't know if you passed it or not.
We did.
Oh, did you?
We did
Okay.
that.
So we have 30
And we
days.
will, yeah. But I think that you are right in that what we're looking at is preliminary, and so a lot of the questions that we typically want to have answered are not prepared to be answered, and that doesn't apply to this right now, but it will be rectified in the future.
So, one of the, and like I said, I had very good questions and I'm jumping around because they're very good. The BCC, had concerns about their colors.
Colors?
And then it was never addressed.
I don't recall.
I don't recall that.
They got, if I recall correctly, there was something relative to an example of a show that had colors on it they didn't like. And we made reference saying, no, this is an example of something else. Not the colors we're gonna use, we committed to remove some talent.
We call out specifically in the, I don't know if this is the part you're referring to, but there was a question as to our architectural language being too vague in the beginning. And we did specify later on that we would have a very specific color palette that's called out in our development text now. And it's mostly earth tones and.
So I didn't see where that was definitively pinned down.
There's a.
I think what we did is we took your corridor overlay standards and added brick to it because
Correct.
our client wanted brick.
Yes.
Because I remember them saying, well, you can do any color, and I didn't like it, but I didn't see it addressed.
Yeah, she'll find it. I do remember that we addressed it. Maybe it wasn't to the sufficient detail that you're thinking about, but she'll find it.
Because here's the problem, is that it doesn't have to be done in the preliminary. But once it's approved in the preliminary, you don't have to change it in the final because it's been adopted in the preliminary. So if it's talked about at all, it needs to be comprehensive.
In our PCD text on page 3 of the development text, we list.
So which tab are you in, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, it's, once you go to the second portion,
The second 3? Is that what you're saying?
it's right after tab 8, there are these are restrictions, and then it turns over to PCD. And inside that has the development code right after the, application. It's a little unwieldy, you want, I can.
Go show it to them.
Because I have the language from the overlay that got updated, so.
Application. And then development text right there, and on page 3, at the bottom here, we talk about colors.
So building colors shall consist of neutral tones and brick tones limited to browns, tans, grays, whites, and blues. Greens may be utilized as an accent and shall not be predominant. Brick colors shall consist of neutral tones and reds limited to traditional brick colors.
So that's your language with the brick stuff added.
So that's actually not that bad,
No line about it.
but it needs to be in the other section as well.
The TPUD,
Yeah. There's no reason not to, is there?
I'm sure she didn't put it in there.
The language we have for the TPUD is a little more vague, so if that's something that it mentions, exterior colors of excessively high chrome or intensity are not permitted. No more than 2 colors in addition to the color of natural brick, stone, or manufactured stone may be used on the building as a whole.
Just match the other one.
Is there an issue with that? Are you keeping track? Is that always?
No, I'm not keeping track. I've only tracked my, which is 45 to 75.
Yeah.
I do have a couple others, but I figured you guys should know.
You mentioned that BZC requested more on-street parking. That's not what I read in the minutes. What they wanted was more parking, and you said, oh, there's more parking because of on-street parking. That's how I read it. Am I accurate?
I'm not sure that that's completely accurate. The way, I remember the conversation being, there was a discussion about if there is 2 people living in one of the townhomes, the parking is the garage and the space behind where the visitors park. And we said that as a whole, parking within the development met code, but we understood that, yes, a visitor may want to park someplace else, so we added parking within the townhomes to try to accommodate some level of a guest needing some space to park, rather than parking in the neighbor's driveway.
So that sounds like you agree with what my analysis was.
Okay, yes, I do. We added parking at the request to try to accommodate guests at the.
Yes, but they did not ask for it to be on the street. They just asked for more parking.
They wanted, yes, and they wanted it to be head-in parking.
Yeah.
We had parallel, because we have over 26-foot wide streets, and they wanted it to be designated and preferred it to be head-in parking, so that we added that.
So, and I'm not, I can't recall this without looking at it. So does that allow parking on both sides of the street?
The 26 would only allow it on one side, but I don't think we're gonna really have that because, of all the spaces we added that are head in,
You're not gonna have what?
parallel.
So there's not gonna be any on the street?
Just, well, they didn't, well, let's put it this way. They didn't like just having the parallel parking on the 26 main streets. They wanted more spaces in addition to that were designated. So we will still be able to have parallel parking on the streets.
I don't like and I wanna know, are you or aren't you?
Well, we'll have it there because only one side will have be restricted to parking, then we decide to fire hydrants. And then in addition to that, we will also have head-in spaces, so we have even more parking than what is shown
Then it is shown where.
on the plan as of today, because of the parallel. Make sense to you? No.
It makes sense, but I like commitment. How many more?
Don't know. Have to go and measure out how many cars you can get there. We're not gonna have those spaces marked every 20 feet with a line on the side of the pavement that this is a parking space. It's like if you're on a public street that are 27 feet wide and you're parking on a public street, you don't have to park. They're not designated, right? You just get to park on one side of the street where it's
So
not
there's
restricted.
probably a study that says this is how many that.
There is, yeah. We could go through and measure off 20 feet.
No, there's this, I would imagine a study when it's not marked, this is how many realistic spaces you have.
Maybe, but probably vary between downtown New York and then, someplace else though.
I'm not aware of any parking study of that type because there's so many variables that would go into something like that.
Well, that's why they would.
The driveway
What?
spacing with the
I mean,
driveway.
statistics can do amazing things. I would think that somebody that's,
Well, what we committed to though was the addition to all this head-in parking, in addition to the garage spaces and the parking behind each garage. That's what we committed to in the zoning text.
so let's talk about the garages.
Yeah.
In the, I think it was the minutes of the original plan, they talked about it as being favorable because of screening. Well, if I'm a resident, I'm not sure I like looking at the back of the garage. So in your pictures, which I thought was beautiful, it didn't seem to match with what the minimum landscaping plan was. So how many trees are behind those garages? Between the garage and the current residence?
Are you talking, oh, on the south along the
Yeah.
Worthington Arms? So, there's 25 feet from the property line to the garage. And in that area, we have a standard landscape detail that calls out how many per 100 feet. Is that how it calls it out? I think we actually had a specific,
It's a mixture of shade and evergreen trees and deciduous shrubs that we had proposed there. And I believe it would just be your staggered evergreens and a row of deciduous trees.
yeah, because we did put together an enhanced buffer. The BZC wanted us to have understory shrubs.
I just want numbers.
Oh,
So how many trees are there? How many, what's the landscaping? Because when I look at the landscaping, it doesn't match with what your beautiful pictures are.
well, we've got the plan that shows the beautiful pictures here, but we don't have a number on it. We could put a number on it.
I like numbers. See, the problem again is, if you talk in your landscaping plan, then this is minimum, and you know, we can do lots more. Well, to me, that means you're gonna do the minimum. So I almost would prefer having nothing in it, because the minimum is not acceptable. But you can do better, and I think you should do better. And I can understand, okay, this is actually what I think you ought to do, but you're the applicant. This is the minimum, and then depending on, you know, what, a varieties of plantings, depending on what's available at that time, that makes it look beautiful. If you committed to so many more shrubs or things like that without calling out exactly what they are, because who knows when you build this and plant this, what's gonna be available at a reasonable price. That's beautiful. You know what I'm saying?
I do, yeah, that comes with that next stage, the final growing plan though too.
Yeah, but I don't like that you have in this plan, this is the minimum, and because that's what the minimum, that's what the maximum will turn out to be, is because those beautiful plants that you have in the pictures cost a lot of money.
They do, they get more expensive every day. But
So you understand the problem, I don't know how to deal with it, because to me, it's an issue.
What was the adjusted size, minimum size, or, for the one bedroom and what's the smallest apartment size?
Was it 680, 650? I don't recall.
It's 680 because we pull up, you know, like, just,
680, so that's still the.
We agreed to a percentage of them being larger.
The building design for the apartments, the studio apartments would be roughly 590
So you're
square
talking about the
feet.
square feet. Oh, that's on my list.
Okay, I thought it would be, but then I thought you were not gonna bring it up.
Oh,
so-
no, that's a major one.
Oh, nice, why don't you?
But I'm not there yet. So back to the plantings. When you were talking about the ponds, you were talking about the beautiful, all of this and that, and we can do this. Okay, that it just drives me nuts. So what are the plantings around the ponds? Not what can you do, what shall you do?
So you want a final development plan?
No, if you're going to talk about it, I want to find it. But if you're not going to talk about it, then you don't have to do it. But once you bring it up, you brought a can of worms. And so now you got to deal with it. Because we hear this beautiful thing. So when we're talking about this, well, because they're going to do this beautiful plantings, we can accept this variance or this divergence. No, if you bring it up, you need to deal with it. Because you don't have to deal with it. But once you brought it up, you
I
brought it up.
understand, but if I brought you something that they didn't plant so far, I mean, I think the last one that we did, we brought in the final development plan, actually had more plantings on it.
Okay,
And I understand that it isn't me that you're going after here. I totally understand it, but I don't know how to give you that comfort level at this stage in the game, other than to say there were 500 trees and 400 bushes on this plan, and they'll go on it. We can do that, but I don't know how relevant that is at this stage of the game, especially if I don't even know if you like my uses. I mean, so there's obviously a lot of things. And I understand.
So the point is, you really shouldn't have brought it up, quite frankly. But once you did, you did.
I did, yeah. Well, I think it's important to the success of what we do.
Then I want to know what it is you're really going to do, not what you can do. And it goes back to you could put a $10 million house in the middle of this, but you're not going.
No,
I think speaking in terms of just those assurances that, because a lot of it is that balancing game, you know, you bring more amenities, maybe there's a little bit more density, you have these different components, you know, for the green space, and so maybe that helps us better address the height, you know? But what ends up happening is if it's preliminary and you get the total out to take away any of those amenities while maintaining the different things that we negotiated and committed to doing that would only benefit you more, right? So the give and take needs to be a commitment on both sides because we're giving you the commitment to the zoning.
right.
And so we want to have those assurances that the things that are possibilities will end up being the realities given what we're approving. Is that what you're?
That's precisely what.
Yeah, and we do have concept landscape plans that go with this that we have to submit as part of this that have specific plans shown on them. Each one of those can be easily counted and dealt with. I think, don't we have minimum sizes in our text somewhere?
Yes. you
Yeah,
could.
you did.
So,
That's how we're held accountable. We have that all in our plans already. We've committed to that by this drawing. Now, I don't go and say there's 27 daylilies and 47 black-eyed Susans, but you can easily go through and somebody can say, well, you said there were 20 trees there, I only count 10 now. You know,
But in that landscaping plan, don't you say it's preliminary and it can look like this? You don't actually say 27x, 50y, you know?
No, but once we put these symbols on this plan, at least that's always been my thought. That's what we've committed to you, that we're gonna do this. Now, they may move around some because things move in engineering, but they're gonna be in there.
But if you
What if it
said,
said the landscape plan shall be like this or whatever? That,
well, here's really where I think I'm headed, is that though this is, they're committing to no less than this, the final development plan may require more than this. So that if they move things around and it doesn't make sense, then it will need to be required. But I don't want them to say, you approved this minimum, and so this is all we have to do. That's what I'm saying. Do you hear what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying. I do, and we've shown significantly more than what any of your minimums would be. So we shall have already committed to more than what we require anyway.
But it's not what you put in your pictures.
It is what we put in the picture.
No, bring up the garages, and let's look at all the trees right around it. They're not spaced out like they are in the plan.
Yeah, because what we're showing you are exactly what's on the drawing. She colors exactly what's on the landscape plan.
This is under the TPUD, and under the village, they didn't provide the count, but you can count the trees that they plan on putting in and where they're gonna be located.
Okay, well, let's just go with this. So the circle's gonna have this many plantings?
He just took things straight off of our plan. Yes, he took it. Michael is the person that works for me, that does the city remedy. He takes our plan and he just adjusts it around.
So all of these shrubs or things that are in your plan?
Yes.
I didn't see those. Can you show me?
Sure. And this is just the village. And you can see all the trees.
Yeah, I can see those, but I'm looking at these plantings.
That's in the
Oh, we can get that notices.
So you don't really
I just wanted
think
to-
it's a-
I because I like it very
We didn't show anything inside the roundabout, kid, you got me, I'm sorry, it's vacant right now. We don't show anything inside the roundabout, but we show the rest of the plan, so you got me.
he's not trying to get you.
Yeah.
You got me.
You can pull the traffic engineer and everything.
He's got you.
Start some sidelines, we don't want it in the middle of the.
You want that in the middle of you wouldn't want that in the middle of
But
the
this is
roundabout.
getting,
Well,
this
except
is
for
getting
the
to.
county has changed their mind, they do want it.
Now they do, yeah, but this is getting to trustee
That's
Ryan's
actually
point,
nice.
right? You have one
They don't
picture
want it.
here, you have another one there. We don't have any real assurances as to what it is that we are expecting, so we look at the plan and we're like, it's pretty, but that's not what's actually in your application, right? That's a fair point.
Yeah, that island is not.
So-
And there's a number of things that I think, these are conceptual, so we can expect that some will change, but that's what he's asking for clarification on. What is the shall of the landscaping?
The The shall is what's shown on those plans. Those plans,
On the application, not on this one.
the application plans, yes, those are a 3D projection. Again, I told you the architecture is very subjective on that. That means nothing. That's a background. But the trees do.
So
The
the
trees do, the fencing
architecture,
does. The fencing does, the shrubs around the thing. Now, like I said, the stuff that's in that roundabout, that was the artistic license in this one.
Okay, but you had pictures of the garage, I'm not seeing.
The garage.
Garage. So when you were looking from the view from.
The site.
Oh, the section.
Sideline, yeah, sideline.
Yeah.
Probably showing the two of the trees. They were-
Oh, there's an existing tree line on there.
Yeah, I remember they were golden colored trees.
Golden, well, they're not golden, but what?
I can't.
There's existing trees that I know that are out there, we're gonna have evergreens and.
Lines and the garage door.
There's the garage.
Right there.
No, where's the landscape? The landscape plan for the garages that you see is this. So it shows the evergreen trees, which is pretty continuous throughout. It shows the shade trees that we have. And it shows all the deciduous shrubs that we're going to put behind the bushes, we're going to put behind the garages. So what you're seeing here is us looking at the side, down that garage. So we have shade tree, evergreen trees.
Okay, so how many of these are new plantings?
They're all new plantings.
So none of these along the fence
No.
line are, so you're gonna rip out what's there and put in these?
Most of the stuff that's probably along that fence line is going to get ripped out anyway, unless it's really close to or in decent condition.
So that's a yes.
Or it's on the other person's land.
The
Well,
answer
you
is I
can't
don't
rip
know.
out theirs.
Yeah, the answer is I don't know at this point in time, because
There's
there's no
not,
grading plans that have been done.
I mean, I went out to the site, to take, photographs of that large oak tree, which is pretty close to that southern border. And you can see right into people's yards, so I mean, what's there right now, it seems to be mostly kind of shrub, honeysuckle, kind of.
Okay, so now let's go to the one, well, no, let's not do that yet. Can you go to the water features
Sure.
that you committed to?
As far as talking about them,
No, what are the water features?
the water features are ponds. We have fountains that are 2-foot height minimum
In all of them?
on all of them.
Because in one, on your picture, they all have it except for one.
One in the corner.
Oh, that's the existing pond. Yeah, we can put one on that one. Yeah, that's an existing pond. That's why that probably doesn't have one on it, but yeah, we'd have to have one in there anyway, because it's probably the shallowest.
Okay. And inlets and outlets
Inlets and outlets, we have that in our zoning text. That's our standard now.
for all?
All of them, inlets and outlets shall be stone clad.
You
They'll
just
go
saved
below the
us
water line.
45 minutes.
They go below the water lines, and if the water ever drops, we've got this.
Okay, so now let's talk about the roundabout, because in, I think it was regional planning, they said the township's not going to want to pay for the maintenance of. And, I don't know that they really addressed it past that point, so if you could address it now.
Well, what, the maintenance of like whatever happens in the roundabout, the landscaping?
No. But then I had-
The maintenance for.
Maintenance and what? Yeah.
Well, they talked about the southern leg going to Woods and Arms.
Oh, yes, we can talk about that now. The county, Mike Love, obviously you guys know who Mike is, told me that they may not accept that as a public street until it's extended at sometime in the future for Worthington Arms, because they don't think you would want to maintain it. We will construct that as a public road, but we'll maintain it.
And that's written where,
That's not written anywhere.
so that needs to be added.
Yeah, now if you guys still want to have it as a public street, then at one time it can come over. But if it continues south like it's supposed to, it will become public. He wants us to design it like it's public.
When the engineer turns it over, when the engineer forces us, then we will take it. We shall take it because the commissioner says.
But he said, yeah, that's exactly what
But
my.
if it's not, then I want it in writing that until the county engineer.
Survivors.
Yeah.
Well, county engineer and commissioners, because technically it's really commissioners on the recommendation of the county engineer.
Time out, we're gonna take a break.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot.
Ooh, it's 10, almost.
If you're gonna take over the street, then you can try to keep the cars out of it and people parking their trucks there and trailers and things like that, that's yours.
Well, if we're only going up to near the property line, we're not gonna go over that property line into that.
I mean, that's,
Cause they're gonna have to move some trailers.
I mean, we've got a lot, if you drive around, you see a lot of trucks and stuff parked on
Yeah.
side streets.
So if we're at recess, we probably should get back.
So, I'm not even talking about the plan, I'm just talking about general.
Yeah, it's, they got to park somewhere, I feel sorry for them, but yeah, where do you park? There's just not enough rest stops for those guys.
What have you got that in there for?
But that's just the screensaver. I don't know, that's where we all wish we were at, instead of sitting here, saying,
That's
gonna
gonna
be
be
around
down,
balance.
make us feel good while you're doing some of
yeah, well,
that.
pretty soon they'll be the blowfish, so. That usually gets the most like, oh, that's funny. That's the tougher fish. That's the tougher fish.
Oh, yeah, obviously, I can send it.
Yeah, we need to. Thanks. Appreciate it. I don't know. It's good for this.
Yes.
Okay, John, you were talking?
Yes, okay, so let's continue. When, you talk in the, TPUD about the rental units, you say no more than 20% of multifamily units may be either designated as rental units or held back by the developer for lease. What does designated mean?
That's your code, so I don't know. We just copied your code. Where these are for sale.
So you don't intend to do it?
No. It sounds to me as though your code allows 20% to be leased. That's it.
Well, we may need to change that language to be more clear.
We do have, that has been addressed in the current, the approved one. There's a bit of a question as to whether or not we are able to
Enforce it.
enforce rental versus ownership.
Okay. So then let's get to the divergences. We specifically in the TPUD say that, there's a divergence on the square footage. And then you actually repeat what the square footage is without a divergence. Why?
I don't think we asked for divergence on square footage in the TPUD.
I believe it's just the building height limits and the structure separation for the TPUD.
So even though it says a divergence and then you repeat it, you're just saying comply with it. So there's really no.
Yes, yes, we say that we're complying with it. That's the way that we answered the questions of your code.
Okay,
in the
because
past.
then when we get to the other one. So, but I didn't see that up here when you went through divergences. You had a list of divergences?
Yeah, there are two on the TPUD, which are,
No, I'm talking about the square footage and specific.
oh, well, the square footage, that's the, not in the TPUD.
Right, but I didn't see it in the other.
The other one, it's not a divergence because it was not, the divergence is to allow apartments in general. So there's, I guess, not a divergence from square footage, but they were, that's what you're talking about.
So you're saying because they're not allowed, you can go below the minimum where
No.
they are allowed?
No, but it's not addressed in your code in that section, so we've asked for it, and then we put minimums in there.
The minimums are lower than any minimum on any apartment.
On two of them, the other ones I think are larger, we have the studio, which you guys don't even have a studio in your apartments, in your apartment code. And then we have the, one bedroom,
And
680 square feet,
and where they are allowed, it's minimum.
is 800, right, which is getting really close to a market rate, two-bedroom apartment.
But it's our code.
It is your code, but I still have to lease these out to people that are willing to rent them. And if they're vacant and I don't have anybody there, what good does it do you or me?
Well, we require everyone else who wants to build these to follow our resolution. And so I'm not inclined to go under the 800 for one bedroom and what is it, 900 for a 2-bedroom and 1,200 for 3?
Yeah, although we don't address the studio.
I know, and I don't have an answer to that one, and I would prefer that question, but I'm willing on others
Yeah.
to move on those.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think the one is the one bedroom, and there were, now I understand your comments, in the, positioning of the BZC was, you know, there's the single mother that needs the place that still has a.
So what
So,
they,
so that's what we agreed to a certain
so
percentage.
what they should do is say we need to change the zoning resolution. They shouldn't give an exception.
Now, your code allows to ask for divergences.
You're allowed to ask.
Yeah.
And I'm allowed to say, I don't think that's
So that's
appropriate.
absolutely true, kid, absolutely true.
So I don't think that's appropriate.
Well, I mean, let's start with the divergence in the first place, the fact that there is residential in here.
And I know you're not inclined based on some of your comments. I'm actually okay with that, but I'm not okay with the,
Well, right, but I'm saying the level of the divergences being requested here are so varying, and
you know that.
varying, because some are smaller, but some are
Dramatic.
dramatic, yeah. And so, you know, it could be perceived as 680 versus 800. That's not that much, and we need to make it work. But remember, we're already going so far your way to make something unique work. You're just asking to go further and further towards you without really even giving that deference or that respect to what our zoning code actually says about that. Because that is an apples to apples comparison of one bedroom apartment. We have that addressed in our zoning text in various ways. So like the idea here is you're pretty far off the trail of this request and what's in this code. And if he's gonna try to meet you where you're at, which it sounds like it, I mean, to not at least do that one apple to apple comparison and make that match seems like it's asking a bit too much.
Yeah, the only thing that I can say in reference to that is, again, there's units north, there's units south, and people buy with their pocketbook. And if they can't afford to be here, but you have to charge more, it's based off of square footage, absolutely. And, that just knocks people out. I mean, if you want to make sure that it's just uber wealthy that live in Berlin Township, that's what.
No one said that.
No, I don't know, we're not subsidizing these by any means, so.
But there
But they
is
have to charge
subsidized in the township, so it's not that we don't meet the needs of those people. It's just in this area, it's not.
Yeah, so, well, I mean, obviously, I hear your 800 square feet, the rest I believe we meet the minimums on, so. It's a what do we have again, 680? Yeah, 680, again, that's.
So there are no 2 bedrooms in this
Yeah.
section?
Studio 1, 2, and 3.
So the 2 is 900, and you're saying those are,
Yeah, no, I think we exceed your code on the 2 bedroom. Yeah.
In the PRD section, it lists out, let's see here. It has 1 bedroom, 800 square feet, 2, 900, 3, 1,000. And that's in the, TPUD, yes.
That might be right in TPUD.
I didn't want to,
Yeah, that's right.
if it's right, it's right.
Yeah.
And you're saying it complies with those.
Yeah, we said 900 minimum on the 2 bedroom.
And 1,020 on our 3, which exceeds it slightly.
As long as it exceeds, or it meets, that's,
Yeah, so the one is the 1 bedroom.
but what we don't have is a number for the studio. And so I think that's a discussion. It's not my way or no way, but I think it's a discussion.
Yeah, we looked at several examples of studios that we've worked with on different projects, and 590 seemed to be that middle range, well, probably bigger of the ranges, but, so that seemed fair, at least from what we looked at. These weren't just pulled out of thin air, obviously. I'm not trying to argue over stuff that doesn't make any sense with what's out in the market, just so you're aware.
Yeah.
It's not there. It just, I see the pushback already, but, you know, I understand what it also takes to get the project done in your township. So,
So that's a question for the board to discuss this on the studio. That's all I have at this time.
Okay, I was gonna ask if I could. I got a couple things that I wanted to ask about. Ken hit it a little bit, the electric utility. Dan Griffith was here from Evans Farms, and he stated he got a letter from AEP, which told him that, west of the railroad track, AEP didn't have electricity. This is a service Evans Farms. And so he's got a problem. And I know over around Sunbury that other developers have gotten letters from AEP saying they don't have electricity. And I would suggest that maybe the letter you've got, which is a year older, it's a 23 letter, says that they have service or provide service to the area, which is a general thing that they were doing. But since Intel has come in, the supply of electricity has really dropped. And you need to figure out how you're going to solve that. That's a big issue. And everybody has to solve that.
You raise a good point.
And
They don't even have enough electricity for,
if you don't have electricity, we're just at our jobs. Okay? And so that's one that you need to spend some time on. Dan would probably be able to talk with you. I don't want words in his mouth, but he did say,
he likes to talk.
public hearing here. And, you might want to spend some time on that one. In the past, electricity, water, and sewer were kind of givens, as long as it was in the area, and gas, but, not so true now. I know that the solar cells and things of that nature are not coming online nearly as fast as, the government had thought they would. And they're trying to push to get rid of, the big generating plants, which are the ones that produce all the electricity. So that's one for you to solve. Another thing that really bothers me is they talk about the divergences. And the divergences I can live with, but I want to know what you're doing to alleviate the divergences. You talk about wanting to go 10 foot between buildings, and then I saw some verbiage in the minutes of the meeting talking about, they would put in windows or doors in the side of the building or that sort of stuff. It's in the minutes. It wasn't in the plan. I want to know in the plan what you're doing to meet the 10-foot divergences. I want to know that you're going to put fireproof material, you're going to do the things that are necessary to be able to live with that. We didn't choose the distances between the houses as an arbitrary number. That was a number that was chosen because we didn't want to get buildings burned down a row of houses or any of that sort of stuff. So if you tell us what you're doing, I can live with it, but I want to understand what it is. And if we go back and talk about the fire a little bit more, you might want to think about the 50, or the 45 foot that you're asking for. We chose 35 foot because that's what our fire department is set up for. We've put we have ladders, we have the ability to fight fires, we can get people on windows, we can do all that sort of stuff at 35 feet. We believe we can take care of it. We didn't choose 35 feet because it was just a nice round number. We chose it because that's what we have the capability for. To get more than 35 feet, you gotta have a ladder truck. You gotta be able to get up higher, you gotta be able to get up there. Now, there's other things that you can do. You can sprinkle it, you can build a lot of fireproof material, you can do all kinds of things. But tell us what you're doing to meet that divergence. Don't just tell us that you need that divergence because they'll make you more money. We want to understand because we put those in there for a reason when we wrote them. That's why we did it.
Yeah, I think we addressed the 10-foot separation by pointing out the Ohio Basic Building Code that talks about fire rating.
And I wanted it here.
It is, I think
Not-
we
not-
include that in all of these.
I
I
want
think we
to
include that in all of these things that shows that a 10-foot building separation requires no fire rating on either wall with no limited openings. Once you get closer than 10 feet, then now that comes into play. And that's part of the building code and the fire code.
As you lay out the purposes that you're talking about, the separation between buildings and things of that nature, we need to understand that. Plus, you're taking the buildings higher. Okay, the distance that we set was 35 foot, expecting a wide separation.
Well, 45 feet once we have a 20-foot building.
Some these buildings closer together, around them up higher. Now, what in the world are you doing to fix that? Okay, I'd like to understand that. If you put that in the book, I can read it, I can understand it, sure. And so can these folks. And it's something that if it's here, it's in verbiage and plain English that we can all live with, we can live with it. Another one that, was in there is, if I looked, I got a question on the apartments and townhomes and all that sort of stuff. Are those garden or are those, multi-level?
Townhouses are up and down.
What's
That's
that?
what a townhouse is. And then the apartments are garden.
Two-story?
Well, up 2-story next to Berlin Meadows, up to 3-story once they get interior to
So,
the.
so it's a three-story, kind of like a East Coast brownstone that you're thinking about. You go in the front door and you got 3 stories above you, or
2 stories
one
above you.
story downstairs and then,
2 stories above you.
Or,
You go in the front door and there's 2 stories above you.
okay, so go in the front door, but it's all right on one level. All the entrances are on ground level.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah. And we did have some architectural references in the book that shows those.
because what I was gonna get at is if you're looking to put garden apartments up at the third level or second level, you probably need elevators for 55 and older. But if you're not, if it's gonna be a 3-story apartment where you don't need an elevator, to get people on the top and bottom and all that sort of thing. And it's up to them to figure out what they're gonna do inside the apartment, outside the apartment. They're all on the sidewalk and got an entrance in and out there. Makes it so that the emergency people can at least get into the house. And they have all kinds of trouble getting up and down stairways. That's a little different deal than having somebody who live upstairs and the only way out to come out the front door is the result. If you got mailboxes and the person's on a walker, it makes it difficult coming out of the 3rd story. They limit the people that would live on the 3rd story or the 2nd story. They would all be looking for 1st story. So everybody's gonna get a 1st story entrance. I think is what you're saying. Okay.
On the townhouses, now on the apartments, they're gonna be interior hallways. So they won't have a front door that accesses a sidewalk. It'll be interior.
So how do they get up and down the stairs if they're on a walker?
They will have elevators when I talked about that earlier, so there'll be elevators in the 2 or 3-story apartments
So-
and
so
stairwells.
two
They're probably all gonna be
elevators.
sprinklered as well, because that's that fire rating that's part of that structure
And
as
those-
well.
And the elevators will be big enough to accommodate it.
Ron, all of that stuff gets covered in the building plans. It has to go through all of those things that I can't even talk real intelligently
But
about.
I mean, the emergency spot can get into the gurney and that sort of thing and get people out.
Yes, they all have all of that stuff as building codes that deal with that, based off of the use group and things that I don't know.
Is that all covered in the verbiage in here?
No, it is not.
I'd like to see it in there.
What does that have to do with this land use though? I don't understand what a 3-story apartment and a gurney and an elevator has to do with what we're trying to accomplish.
Accessibility.
Falls in the category of safety. Okay, and one of the things that we look at in zoning is safety. There's three things that we can look at, and safety is definitely one of them. We can look at the safety issues as far as being able to get people in and out of the building. So that's what that has to do with land use. Okay, it's not just where the houses are, it's being able to use them properly. I'm not asking you to make a certain size or that sort of thing yet, but that's the thing that we're looking for. And that's why I wanted to hear is because I might not be here when you build this whole thing. And these folks may not be here either. And we want it here and well understood, so, and you may not be there, you may have sold it off to somebody else. So we're not arguing with somebody that we, don't know what we're talking about, let's put it that way.
Right, they won't get a building permit if they don't meet those standards. I mean, the bottom line, the building department won't grant them a permit because it doesn't meet the safety standards. They have to.
That's the thing, developments sometimes change hands. And when they do, the people who get to do develop, get to do what's only go by what's in the plan, not by what's in, been talked about.
But you're saying the building code won't, approve an apartment 3 stories without an elevator?
They won't, no, they certainly would, approve
Well,
without an elevator,
he's
but
asked if-
it still has to meet other safety regulations that people can get up and down. There will be multiple stairwells then at that point in time. There's all different,
Okay, but he asked, is there an elevator? You said yes.
yes, for 3
So then
story.
he wanted, what the requirement, or the parameters of this. So, you're going against what you, I mean, if the answer is yes, then we say, okay, I'm thinking, okay, now my EMS guys don't have to, worry about somebody who weighs a great deal of money, to carry them down, because it's a real issue in Orange Township. Because they've got 3 story.
On the fire department and on the emergency squad.
Yeah.
We don't have an emergency squad, but we share with the emergency squad.
Right.
Well, they make the runs with emergency squad and the fire department, because the emergency squad doesn't have enough people to carry someone that's a little overweight, and out of an upstairs building or out of that. A lot of times it takes everybody that's on both trucks to be able to get folks in and out, and that's the reason we do what we do. I'm sorry.
No, but that's exactly why your question was important.
That's the reason that we do that sort of thing. It's not an arbitrary thing. We're trying to do it so that we're safe, and when we're all said and done, people can live there and be comfortable. That's what we're trying to do.
I understand that that goes so far beyond where we're at tonight. That's what I'm trying to get at. I mean, whatever, that's fine. We'll do it.
Let me keep going here. The amenities, those are great. I love what you got, the pictures are wonderful. How many of those are you putting in?
We address it in the text, we say exactly how big they are and where they're at.
What I'm saying is, how many is called out in here? What I want to know is how many picnic tables you're gonna have, and I don't care where they're
Because
at.
specifically, we added that. We added how many picnic tables, how many
There
benches.
should be so many
How many?
picnic tables per whatever.
She calls it out.
And that should be in here.
It is in our text.
Okay, so that it isn't a question later on, because if I look at this has got picnic tables here. Got picnic
We
tables.
can't rely on that.
You know,
We can rely on that like that.
what I want is the next person to read this to be able to say, I know exactly what I gotta do. The next thing is the homeowners association. I want to understand the organization of it and the turnover of it. I'm assuming you're gonna have a homeowners association or some sort of landowners association here.
Yeah, it won't be a homeowners, it'll be a.
Condo,
Yeah, condominium association, I can't remember the exact word of it. There'll be a master association that kind of takes care of all of the, like the entry features and things throughout the common areas.
Somebody's gotta manage all the.
That'll be, but then each one inside, so the townhouses will have their own, the condos, the detached will have their own, and then the apartments, they'll be their own, but they'll all contribute to that. So there will be a masters association with 3 other associations.
By the organization, I'm assuming you're gonna have one that's gonna cover the whole development. And then probably one that'll cover the condos, and another one cover the houses, and another one covers the businesses. And somehow or other, that'll come together under one umbrella that covers them all, and they somehow or another link together. I'd like to understand just how it's gonna work. Not, I don't care about the details of it, but I do care about how it's gonna be organized, so that the homeowners association people for the condos can work with the people with the houses, can work with the people with the stores and parks and all that sort of thing. Because somehow or another, all these people gotta get along, when they all move in. And when would the turnover occur? That's the other part of it, is
Yeah, the master association probably will never get turned over because it deals with a lot of things that the apartments as well as the commercial. So it doesn't get turned over to anybody because those owners are probably different. So it probably has, different mechanisms. And we
so the
can define
developer's gonna
that.
be the homeowners association?
There will be a masters association that's over the entire thing. There will be separate homeowners associations for, like I just explained, for the
But
rest.
who is the master is what he's asking.
Either a developer or, God,
So
Yeah,
the developer, so the developer can go out and say, oh, I'm gonna, start a landscaping company and pay them, $100 an hour to manicure the front entrance. And they can't say no.
I don't know if that's a good example, but
My question is that accurate?
I don't know. I don't know the answer yet. I don't know.
Well, when you come back, I would suggest you have an answer.
Because we do have homeowners associations where the developer kept it just so that he can have personal funds. To be able to take care of some things that needed to be taken care of. And the homeowners really weren't happy with that. And the homeowners in this development, I don't want them coming back on the trustees and saying, why are we reading that when this could occur? So that's the reason for asking the question. I don't care about how it's done, but I do care about when it's in the control of the people that are paying the bill.
Yeah.
That's the.
Well, and then, so the master association will never be turned over, but the condo association would be turned over 80%, 85%.
More than, yes, that's probably the right range. I'm just trying to think if the apartment complex, they all have to pay into, like, maintain the frontage of the common roadway, right? So, because there's certain common elements that everybody has to pay into, right? So that association can't go away and you can't divide it. So we just gotta figure out the mechanics of that.
Just so that it's not abused. Because
Right.
I understand where you're coming from, and I agree with what you're coming from, but I know that there are certain people who, and it's not usually the original developer, that come in and abuse.
Sure.
And so we want to just make sure that can't happen.
Yeah, and somebody's dealt with this before, so we can find out what that is.
There are plenty of law firms that handle that kind of work, just that kind of work. They set up the associations, sub-associations, they do it all.
And I got a couple one other thing is, Connor Lane. Connor Lane is, attaches to the cemetery at the back there, up at your northwest corner. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I know that ODOT, I talked to ODOT about it, they would like to cul-de-sac Connor Lane and have it come up through this development. And the same thing with the cemetery, they'd like to get those, because the cemetery is, man, that's not a safe issue at all, being able to get a procession off of 23 or back onto 23 at a funeral. You know, people that are emotionally all tied up, you know, it's just not a safe situation at all. So that's why we would like to figure out some way to be able to get in from the back, get them off the main road, get it into the back and make it a safe situation. And I'm just bringing that up, more as a comment than anything. If there's anything you can do there to help that would really help the whole situation from a safety standpoint.
We already stub a road over there for that.
Pardon?
We already stub a road
Stub.
over there for that. That was already requested by, the county engineer and regional planning.
Ends up here.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. I'm just saying what he's saying. He's saying we stubbed it to the cemetery.
Somebody owns a piece of ground that's not the cemetery that's south of there. It's some temple of some sort.
And
That's their only access point, and they're gonna have to solve how to connect all of that together. We're asked to take a roadway to that.
it may be we could get the county through eminent domain or the state to take our plan to do that, and it all depends on how much they want to solve that thing.
Yeah, but that's why we provided that stuff, so that that can happen,
Yeah,
at the request of everybody to begin with.
that's a safety issue, we'd like to take a look at.
Yeah, so we were gonna look at that.
Lastly, but not least, your main road coming off of 23 there from Bragg Parkway, it goes over almost to North Road. It goes over and then cuts south in the development, it gets in the other development, then it cuts south, and then it gets out on the North Road. When it gets on the North Road will be an attachment to Home Road and also an attachment to
Green Meadow Drive.
Blue Center. And Blue Center's plan would be a long-term attachment to 71 over near Big Walnut and 71 in that general area over near the airfield, where the airfield is in front of the dam. So that road I see being a major road crossing there for people to cut across. And it'll be coming out of your development out and people coming back and forth, just going through the, in your development, it's a major arterial, and the other development, it looks to be like it's just a neighborhood street. And that's gonna be a problem in the future for them.
I have a
That's a whole different
deal with what ODOT's doing along 23 and minimizing the use of Bragg Parkway. I don't foresee that as being a problem. I think Shanahan is gonna take a lot of that load because that's gonna potentially remain either signalized or it's gonna be very separated. So I think that connection through there is primarily going to service the development and also the local traffic and not regional traffic.
But right now, Shanahan is in the beginning stages of the project by the county to go from 23 to Hyatt Road and straight. And your drawing that you've got shows it curving north, because at one point it's going to curve north and go across the railroad tracks and China Holland. After most of it is going to go on Hyatt Road, take Hyatt Road north and then Holland back to the road. And those will be turned into county roads in the long term. And we've signed a contract with the county to make that happen. It's not the way we wanted to do it, but that's what the county and powers that be have said, that's the way it's gonna be. So that's what we're looking with. It won't be the angle road to go across the railroad tracks. It won't be a walking path at this point. We're arguing and trying to figure out a way to get people across the railroad tracks. Just a whole different, that's a whole different story.
All right.
But if you can take the things that are in the notes, whether it be from the regional planning notes and that sort of thing, if you make comments that, like the comments about the material, the fireproof material and stuff like that, you can go and put it in the plan, so that when the new owners, and I'm not saying you guys won't build this, but if new owners come along, they know what they gotta do. Not something where we're gonna get back and hire attorneys and getting, all kinds of problems trying to make it happen.
Sure.
And I know the judicial system doesn't look upon the minutes of the meeting as being the same as the information in the plan. The plan is the plan, and that needs to be completed. Have I forgotten anything?
I have a couple of additional.
Did you have any questions about the mailbox?
The mailbox is the tough one. It's been a big issue with me because, the post office come along and decreed that mailboxes have to be centralized mailboxes, and they're no longer making home delivery of the mail. They're making it to the centralized mailboxes. And that's another reason for having the ability to get out of the department, be able to get to the mailboxes and do that sort of thing. One of the things that you can do if you've got that system is call the postmaster, tell them we want you to be able to deliver it at home for a handicapped person or somebody that's on crutches or somebody that's had their hip operated on or whatever. And the post office will deliver, they do home delivery for people even with the centralized mailboxes. The county is working to put a plan together to make the mailboxes reasonable and to make them handicap accessible. What developers have tended to do is just put mailboxes behind the sidewalk, and then someone that has to get out on a walker to get to it, is to get out traffic, and it's a very unsafe situation. So mailboxes have been a big issue. I haven't seen what the county plan is, but I know the county that as a goal and trying to make that.
They made it more final after we went up and met them on the last one. So,
You know how, what we've gone through.
yeah.
It's a hot one.
We address those in our plans, we show where they're at, and we talk about them.
And again, it's a safety issue. I'm not concerned about it other than from a safety standpoint.
And all these are in private developments, which means we can have an actual pull-off.
Mhm.
We have an extra parking spaces. So.
Okay, with that, I'll turn it back to Ken.
Okay, so one of the things that you talked about is making it a 10-foot side setback versus 25, is it?
Yeah.
And it sounds like either or, and I'm not sure that it has to be either 25 or 10, because, I mean, we have made some exceptions, but we weren't 10.
12.
12 and a half
Yeah,
or 15,
so
I think we're, well, we've had a variety of things, but I don't think ever 10.
It's 12.
Right?
12 on Berlin Meadows is
12
12.
over.
So that's a comment that you might want to consider.
Well, I do kind of like, so if the point of the condos, it was a good point, I thought, because the maintenance of the yard is an issue, and so if you can create a common green space, taking out that spacing a little bit, I'm not saying it should be 10, but I think the concept there is low, low touch, low maintenance.
And
And,
I actually get that, because the older I get, the more I get.
yeah,
But I also
and then one
know,
common space, so you make up for that lost personal space in the common space.
and so I get maybe not 25 in this particular situation, but 10, it's hard to get fire equipment, not 10. I mean, it's just, okay, so that's something to consider.
It's hard about the landscape.
What about 12?
Yeah.
Could you make it work with 12 with that?
We probably could, again, it's gonna decrease the open space slightly, but it's negligible, I would say. I mean, we gotta redo the entire plan on the north. But does it get into wetlands, or does it get into stream corridor
Yeah.
protections? It doesn't do that.
Okay.
Okay, so then that takes us to green space, because a concern that was in BZC was active versus the ponds, the water. They talked about the water features, which are nice, and they're awfully required. I think, I won't go there, because you can't win and I can't win in reducing the amount of retention, detention, et cetera. But
No,
but then, the response was that, the recreation was provided to them, but then it sounded like this 8,000 square foot what do you call it?
recreation facility.
Recreation facility. Sounded more like a commercial facility, because, it's for the area and the surrounding community. Well, surrounding community could be all of Ohio. So then it sounded like, well, it will be at a reduced rate for those residents, which means you're going to have a rate for non-residents, which again makes it sound commercial. Now, I'm not necessarily opposed to commercial, and I'm not opposed to that being used as the recreation, because we don't want people being in the streets doing recreation. But the problem is in the wording, well, reduced rate. What does that really mean? $1 off is reduced.
50 cents, I thought we said.
Yeah, so I think think that at a certain price point, they're not gonna choose that, okay? So what is the recreation facility and how accessible is it? And that deals with price. Now, most places have a recreation area that is free, but it's not 8,000 square feet. So
Right.
those are the issues, and I don't know what your solution is, because it sounds like you're wanting your cake and eat it too. Which makes sense, because it also provides the owner flexibility depending on what the market bears. But if you're not gonna have active green space for these people to live, they need the recreation facility to live. But if it's at a price point that they won't, then it's not really feasible, and they're gonna be in the streets.
We do have active recreation, Ken, there's like 40 acres, 30 acres, there's a lot of active recreation on the side. There's walking paths, there's the pickleball course, there's the open spaces with just open fields that they can do stuff in.
But I don't see like soccer, there's not, I mean, there's, when a kid wants to play, I mean, you can't play. I mean, it sounds great for the 55 plus, okay? But for the kids that you were talking about, you know, the top lots, you're gonna have kids, you know, otherwise why do you have top lots?
Well, we
And the
gave
top lots-
the top lots up because they kept on bugging us about it. Technically, we didn't think we needed top lots. But they thought that the 55 and older crowd would need a place for the grandkids to go. Okay, and then, the townhouses could have some kids, it'd be the one place that might have kids. I think 0.2 is the rate that, all changes to this.
Well, that's the rate they do for an initial new, when it's expensive and fresh and all that. But the thing is that they age, the numbers start to increase, and that's just reality. So back to the recreation facility. I'm not seeing enough for me to say, well, the green space is sufficient. The active green space, the green space is more than sufficient, because a lot of it's water. I mean, it needs to cover.
25%, yeah. Green space. We did an analysis for them.
So, but I'm not talking about green space, I'm talking about active usage.
So would
Not
you want,
walking trails and,
would you want to see more of a description about, or a commitment to utilizing that space as recreation, along with a description of what kinds of activities can go on in there?
well, I think that is one solution, but what I'm really after is, what is this recreation facility?
Mhm.
That's what I'm really after, because it's vague, and it was talked about, that's what because I believe BCC has about pool too.
Yeah,
And the answer
which is the number one request from residents for an amenity to be added in our community. Number 2 is trails.
so I'd like more clarity on the recreation.
Sure, that's easy. Karen's got one right now, that's about 40,000 square feet. So, yeah, it's.
But this plan is 8,000,
It's
correct?
8,000. So it's
So,
an abbreviated version, we wouldn't have as many volleyball courts, or as many table tennis, or as many.
so I'd like to know what is actually in there, and then is it at a price point that these people who are in these, in this community can
Yeah.
afford?
Well, how high up will the recreation facility go?
Well, that's, yeah, again, with volleyball, we need a higher.
Right, I kind of thought it was just one story.
Yeah, with one story, that's all.
Okay, you're not gonna
Well,
have
volleyball is one story, it's just,
It's a huge
35.
story, it's a
Yeah, like,
35.
yeah, the NCAA.
Yeah, so it's like basketball, we're not gonna have that stuff. So it's gonna be more.
So it's
work-
just,
workout
it's across
equipment.
one story, so you could have an indoor pool, for example.
Yeah, you could have it.
They got more of like exercise kind of.
Yeah, but there'll be exercise.
so this is the can that drives me nuts. I don't want to know what can, I want to know what it is.
No, we'll put that in there.
That's it. That's enough.
But where do we go to from here? Is it okay, is it if we table it for a short period of time, so we do time to, meet the things that we're talking about?
Yeah, because I'm not gonna be able to figure it out tonight.
No, I didn't figure it was that, and we won't meet again for a month.
That's fine, because it's gonna take me a month to figure out parts of this. Some of this stuff is gonna take a little bit of time. I have a feeling that the utility letters are gonna be a real pain. So you don't meet for another month, or,
It's got 28 days.
Well,
which is fine, because you don't want it at least 2 weeks ahead of time, I'm assuming.
so priority wise though, like, so there's the things that you can control and the things that you can't control. So when it comes to utility letters, for example, I think like a good faith effort to try to get more clarification, but you can't, I don't think you would want to hold up.
Well, what I was really wanting was this board to commit that we would not give an extension without those. So,
Yeah,
because what happens is, it drives me nuts, is that people have a plan that they never really do implement, but everybody else is held hostage because this is the plan that's adopted. And if it's never going to happen, I want that plan to go away and put into place what actually is. So if there's like sewer taps that are committed, and that type of thing, that's why I want.
mhm,
I want it. And I really think we should hold people to these deadlines.
mhm.
And you know that up front, because in the past, it's been pretty automatic to get these extensions. Well, I think that needs to go away, that mentality. Because like Evans Farm has 10 years, and some of it doesn't ever expire, and that just should never have happened, because it holds other people hostage, and we've got to stop doing that.
What standpoint does it hold other people hostage? Just so I understand, I'm not.
So if they're committed to 1,300 sewer taps
Oh, they can allocate it to somebody else that's ready. Okay, no, that's fair, I understand that.
and electric too, but electric gets hard. 8 people died down.
Well, so but with those letters, you're not saying that you would not vote right now, not right now, but if all the other adjustments were made, but you would want to make it clear that if you come back in for an extension because of sewer, utilities, things not being in place, unless you had an updated letter. there's
Then,
no-
then the plan expires and you start all over.
Yeah.
And that is,
So the comment basically, extensions based on unavailability of utilities won't be extended.
Unless explicitly indicated by the utility.
that it's available.
Because, and we're actually addressing this in the county though, I think we were at that meeting, where, you say economic viability prevents us from being able to complete it, and it's so vague. If it comes down to economic viability, then show us the financials. Give us some evidence of the reasoning behind why you can't get to what you committed to.
And what I said at the RPC, I'm actually to me, a financial reason is really like when money markets froze. So that happens once, maybe every 20 years. That's a financial kind of situation that I think market conditions, that's a market condition. You're not being able to sell it, it's not a market condition because nobody can sell it. So then you all need to go back to doing a new plan that is sellable. So I'm just not into these extensions, and that really doesn't have to do with this case, except that because I question these letters, the commitments they're making are so non-committal that I think they're almost useless. And so what I'm saying is that when it comes to an extension, I'm not going to rely on 5-year-old letters that it's available. And unless the letter comes in and it's clearly available, to me, it needs to be denied an extension. And I want that to be explicitly clear so that the owner knows it ain't happening. And we're not picking on them, and we need to start this with everybody. I mean, that's my own opinion.
I agree, well, and we're gonna do that at the RPC level too.
Yeah, and all this stuff is learning and growing
Yeah.
and finding stuff out, so.
Yeah, well, and I do think there is something there to be said about preliminary versus final, and I appreciate those insights, you know, and so that's why it kind of becomes this negotiation space a bit, because as you know, right now, we don't see it again. So this is our one shot, and so we want to have the assurances that, you know, the things that we think are in the best interest of the safety of the township are being reflected in that final plan, because we won't see you again on this. Unless you ask for an extension, and if you do, you know how to proceed to ask. Right, so. Okay, I think we're good.
Now, come back to what you said, we said a month, or do you want to go long?
What's that?
I was just gonna make a comment. I think the trustees association of Delaware County should start putting pressure on preservation parks to provide recreational space, just not, like across the street, just, you know, right across 23 from this project is, what is that, Slate Run, or I forget, whatever it is. And they put a conservation easement on it. They're not gonna put an athletic field in that whole place.
Well, and that's actually, we have approached preservation parks about that.
No.
It's their nature of what they do is they are conservation and passive. They will not ever, they said they will not ever enter into the ball field, recreational space. And so, you know, and then the question becomes, well, then what are we doing, because we still have this large gap? And how are we gonna address that?
And I can only tell you is that, as this came up with a project in Delaware, in the city, and our citizens are paying about $1.4 million to preservation parks. And then we spent another $5 million on parks and recreation.
Yeah, well, there's a history of preservation parks, which started out great and then not so much. And you know who has real control over preservation parks? Dave Dominowski.
Yeah,
He's the only one.
he is the,
He's
he makes
the-
all the appointments.
Yes, so he is the king over, and that's not his doing. it's
Well,
just
and
the way it is.
he's the individual that described to me the philosophical approach to preservation parks is not going to be moving towards, you know, ball fields and active.
And I anticipate him having that, well, except for that judgeship may split.
Mhm.
And I think it goes with probate, I don't think it goes with juvenile, I think he wants to stay with juvenile. But anyway,
Back to it.
Yeah, so I've got a couple questions before we make a final decision on
Okay.
what timeframe. So, without counting, I'm gonna say there's about 15 things that we gotta address. Okay, let's say there's 15. A lot of these are text related, some have some plan changes. Are you just looking for updates, or are you looking for a brand new full set of booklets?
Well, some of these,
Well, like the spacing, that's gonna adjust.
yeah, we'll adjust your kind of overall mapping.
So we're gonna need, since you want.
But not all of
I
them.
don't want another whole.
No, you don't need to do a whole other book. I think kind of like what you provided for the presentation would be sufficient, kind of the layout.
Let me put a little different twist on it. I don't need an updated this book item, okay? And if you give me the updates to it, I'm a big boy, I can read them, I can understand what they said. But when we get done with it, we're gonna turn it over to Jeff. Jeff is the keeper of the record. I want to update for Jeff, so that he's got a complete set of what it is, and there isn't any questions about what's in the book. It's all right there. But as far as what goes, the other text information, you just tell me.
I would like to see something like this updated, and then I would like to see each one of our points, like how we do that listing, you know, maximum fee, reduced maximum height reduced to 35 feet, all of the ones, you know, and then just have those listed out. I think maybe your landscaping will be a little bit more,
That's done.
And then those pieces will need to be entered into the record then to make sure that you have a complete.
yeah, so then we would accept
That's
that,
on both of them.
yeah, as requests to the application made by the applicant as an exhibit.
Mhm.
And then that would take precedence and replace everything that was former.
So can I ask for clarification? Because I'm not sure exactly what you're
Yes,
saying.
very good.
So are you saying that you want one, maybe two, new complete books? One for the fiscal officer and one for the zoning office? And we don't need another copy, but we need one that is precise, not just an
Accurate.
amendment.
I won't, we need to give.
So does that make sense?
So that
So we're
whenever,
gonna need books from there.
But you don't need to make 15 of them.
No, we'll make two and the highlights come out into a package for you.
Yeah.
And then we don't need to have the exhibits in the record, because the record will be the two that they give to Jeff.
Yeah, but
Right.
we'll accept that as the new binder.
Right,
Yeah.
but we need to have that 10 days ahead so that the public can come and inspect it.
10, yeah.
Well,
No, that's fine.
but that's not a squishy 10. 14 is squishy, but 10 ain't squishy.
Yeah, I know, that's the rub, because some of this is gonna take a little bit of time. You needed 2 months though, right? After the 1
Well,
month.
actually, in July we meet twice, so it's once in June, twice in July, once in August.
So can we go like a month and a half out? That way it gives us a full
Yeah.
month to deal with this. Because people are on vacation right now and
Yeah.
I got 3 requests today.
We're not stressed out, we just don't want to hold you up.
No, I understand, but I don't wanna push us so far. that-
I thought,
We don't
I thought
get
there was some conversation previously about the first meeting in July getting pushed because of 4. Was that a
No,
different
we
meeting?
meet the second Monday of the.
Okay, then, all right. It was a different time.
Probably a different time. You've been doing a few.
Yeah.
July 22nd, Jeff, is that's what you said, Jeff, right? You met Jeff.
22 are meetings in July.
Where are
So
we?
July 22nd,
10.
August is, if we had stuff to you by July 8th, that would be 2 full weeks to review.
Is that good?
I'll give us time to be able to.
I think that's fair. What do you think, since you're going to be,
I mean,
Joe Thomas will only give you half the time.
The week of the episode done, so that I could, we can let them know, so that's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Joe Thomas, you're always late.
there are some really good features in this, so like I said, I do appreciate a lot of the design features. I think that, and I appreciate you guys working with the BZC and the residents to address them. Public comment too, if you want to take.
Okay, so we're gonna shoot to have it to you, we will have it to you by the 8th for July 22nd hearing, if that works.
And this one will be in the file just to show how we got to the final copy, but there will be, what goes in the file is a working copy, the copy that everybody uses. And they don't have to go through and try to sort out the minutes and all the other stuff to figure out what it is. But we've got one of those that's complete for, okay?
So we'll have like, yeah, okay, we'll know what we're gonna get, otherwise we'll ask Jeff.
And just to be sure, is there any other public comment on this? I can ask you that. You're welcome to talk, you just understand where we're at. The 22nd, does that make sense?
What time?
Hmm?
What time?
Not 8.
No,
You want it later?
Sure, 10,
No, hey.
we'll be here,
We could do 7.
whatever, it doesn't matter to me.
7.
I did 10 minutes, but that's what it is.
Okay, 7 o'clock on the 22nd? And let me just make sure that you are the ones requesting it.
Yeah, we are requesting that
Okay,
to do this.
okay?
May I ask a question?
Sure.
When you opened it, did you open both of them?
Yes. And that's to cover both of the, same thing.
So when we vote on this, I think we should do, and I don't know the legal term, but like when they incorporate everything that was said in one into the other as if it had been said.
It's fully set out in length area.
So we need some language of that so that we don't have to repeat everything twice. But that it is included in the minutes for each. Because one could be referendum and one not.
And I don't think either one of us represent or reference one plan versus the other plan. We may look at certain pages.
Exactly.
Because at this point, now there's a couple of times we'll look at both plans.
So then, are you ready for motion?
Yes, I'm very for
So I move that we recess and continue BZC case 24 hyphen,
And the applicants,
yeah, I'll do that. 24 hyphen 001 and BZC 24 hyphen 003 to July 22nd at 7 p.m. at 3271 Cheshire Road upon the request of the applicant.
Second.
second. Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
All right, yes. We are recessed on this until then.
Thank you.
Thank you, you're welcome.
So we might have about an hour and a half yet to go.
what do you guys?
Let's see what we can. Thank you, Carl. Okay, continuing on with the zoning department, April zoning.
Did we finish township hall cleanup and spaces?
I think we do.
So what's spacing?
This, spaces of the workstations. What are you doing?
I was saying, I don't have
Okay. Yes. Yeah, and then we need to go into executive session for the assistant zoning inspector.
You mean for No, I just wanted to do it all at once, not just.
Monthly zoning report.
Yeah, it looks like we have received the May monthly zoning report. We have 22 new homes. That brings us to a total of 116 new homes as of this year. And they're keeping very busy in the permitting office. We do have the new iWork software that we have been using to permit, for permitting. And that has started since January 1st of this year. And the software is great, things are going great with it, and we continue to track that.
So we're on track for about 250 homes for the year.
Doesn't like it. Doesn't like it. If it stays at the space.
Violations are on Cheshire and after the road.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to, because I said I would have this addressed in the next trustee meeting and follow up. And I don't have that email addressing now.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, thank you. So there were a multitude of issues to address around, the area around Cheshire Market, 4th Street East, Acrobat, and Cheshire. And so I'm gonna take two approaches to the update. The one update is related to the roads. And, there had been an indication that the roads crew, did not communicate previously with the resident that came and shared. I did have an opportunity to dive in a little bit deeper, and it is the case that the roads department had spoken with residents about the improvements to, 4th Street previously. It's my understanding that last year, for example, a REA for the right of way was completed, and that the Ford Street was addressed, and that took care of about 1/3 of the issue. The other 2/3 of the building drainage issues onto the road needs to be addressed by the county and will likely be addressed by the completion of the roundabout on Cheshire and Africa. The pavement cannot be widened per the EPA due to retention issues, and we would have to buy a new parcel to create a retention pond. The roundabout is a solution for that. Now, in addition, the roads crew has spoken with the resident on a number of occasions, and approximately 2 weeks ago, also spent some time with the resident answering questions for about an hour to an hour and a half. So we have addressed the Fourth Street drainage issue to the extent that we can. The solutions are not really good solutions for that building. Doug Riedel from the engineer's office had come in and spoken with us about it. And we are a bit bold as far as the roads go related to the drainage at this point in time. Is there anything else to add for the roads as far as the?
Doug and Jesse and zoning all need to work together, which they are, to get the drains, the storm drains tied into the storm sewer to drain into the lake. And we believe there's sufficient capacity there to be able to tie the big buildings and the roofs from the big buildings and parking lots into that storm sewer to take care of it. That's the best we can do. If we go, one of the problems that we got is the parking lot in front of the building on Ford Street goes all the way to the street. So if we were gonna put a ditch out there to do some surface drainage,
Which I think we should.
we gotta tear up the concrete and put it down through it. Which, what they've done is just pay it to the street. And, really what it should be is a driveway, not a complete access. It's not, the street isn't part of the parking lot when we put it down. And so the only way to get there is to dig a ditch and do that sort of thing. We were trying to get the gutters and to get the drain to the storm drain, which if that'll take the water away, we won't have as much water on the street. We're trying to run the water from the street off so that it doesn't stand on the street.
So if we need to do that, we can assess the owner, can't we?
We can do what?
Assess the owner.
We could probably assess the owner for the work, getting paid is the second part of it.
It's just put on taxes.
I understand what you're saying. But, I've been told it's not quite as clear as we would like it to be.
Well, if it doesn't happen, I mean, if it's not allowed, it's not allowed. My understanding is that it could be allowed. So if we need to go that route, because it was not the fault of the township, I mean, there's times, most of the time, you would not want to assess the owners. I mean, you just would. But if they cause the problem, not illegally, but cause the problem, I have less problem assessing them to fix their problem.
And there's ways to do it that would allow them to be able to make the connection to the street, put the stormwater, put surface drain.
Well,
but that's all.
Well, and here's a thought that I have too. If they can come up with a solution that is a solution that's cheaper, I'm not into causing waves. But if they've caused a problem, they aren't going to solve the problem at their expense, then we should solve it the legal way that fixes it, that doesn't tax the residents.
So that's what we're trying to do, is get to the point where because we can't go on their property and run the gutters over to the storm sewer.
Right, that's right. So if they don't want to come into the solution, we can only do the solution that's available to us.
So are you amenable to them running the gutters into the
if they're paying for the solution, so if they're paying not only from the gutters to the road, but from the outlet that we have to build so that it works, I don't mind facilitating the solution. I'm willing to pay for that solution. So if they're willing to pay, because it's cheaper I want the most effective, efficient, cheapest way for everybody. And I'm more,
But I thought that you did not want to,
pay for it.
well, one, and two, I thought you did not want to, make the natural flow allow for anything more than the speed of the natural flow.
Right, that we were paying for. We never got to, we never got to what I fully believe. But
That's what I was saying.
I'm unwilling for the taxpayers to pay for a solution that isn't the fault of the township or the taxpayers. But if we can get a solution that facilitates.
And in the streets, the EPA thing with the streets is you can't widen them without fixing the drainage, get rid of retention pond and all that sort of stuff. We really don't want to do that. So
No, because it is.
We'll react and,
Yeah.
well, we can't dig a ditch alongside the road. That we can,
Could we have Jesse look into being able to assess if we did the ditch? And see if we can
that's not,
do
that's not gonna, the major part of the water, because the roof is bigger than the parking lot.
Mhm.
Is coming from the roof, and that needs to get in the storm sewers. We'll get that in the storm sewers, the part that's coming off the parking lot may not be as big an issue as it is right now.
That's right.
So which is part of what I want to do.
Right. But if it, and like I said, I'm all for it if it doesn't cost us, but if it takes the capacity of the storm sewer to its max, then the other residents who have paid for that storm sewer is being denied access, then it needs to be expanded
Right.
so that the
Well,
access is
we're not
there.
talking about expanding, we're talking using what's there.
And is it sufficient to,
Right. That's what we're trying to do.
okay,
Because the stormwater isn't getting there, it used to get there, because now it's
Yeah.
off the roof and it's
well, and it's coming faster, that's,
That's right. Anyhow, we're working on it, but that's, to add a little bit more.
Yeah, and then, that's great, and then I also did ask, the zoning inspector to provide the update to that area from a zoning perspective. And, I did just want to, sort of reiterate that, at Cheshire Market, there was a junk vehicle that had been removed, pallets that had been cleaned up in the Cheshire Market parking lot. Then, and there were several violations on Mary Lou Gott's property, and, Jerry has spoken with her, and there are 5 tractor trailers and 1 tractor next to Sticky Fingers that have been moved. The area had been straightened up. Now, I drove by there 2 days ago and I saw a number of trucks and trailers there again. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but they're discussing now the moving of the vehicles and trailers and that are a violation. And then, GOT will also be working to put up no parking signs and talking to the sheriff's department about violators who end up parking in an area, because she's saying that she doesn't know who the individuals are.
so the violation's on her property, but it's not of her.
Some of them are, some of them are not.
Okay.
Some of them are, and this gets to the use code too. That would be her argument, is that somebody's renting the space and, you know, she can't say how they're using it. It's their
Right.
responsibility for the
But
use.
she can,
Right,
in the lease.
right. Well, she's saying that she's in compliance, but then if they're not using it in accordance with that, there's no way that she can tell. In addition to that, it looked like there were a number of pallets that were out in that area, and they are going to be addressed, whether by building a fence to tuck them behind or something like that. But all this to say, there have been a number of movements in this violation space. Some come back, some go away, and then that restarts the clock. And then others are actually getting addressed and we're making progress. And I know it's not maybe to the satisfaction of all the residents or even of our board, but we are, plucking away at these issues and hopefully they're going to continue to make progress. So that's my update for that.
Okay, zoning position updates,
That's for executive session.
okay? Collective bargaining updates.
So, as I mentioned earlier in the meeting, the two attorneys have been in communication, and it looks to me like our attorney approved their attorney's final language, so hopefully they take action on it. And if they do, we may need a special meeting to accept the collective bargaining, because there are some provisions in there that need to be implemented as soon as possible.
Right. So it's just time, gotta give it more time. Evergreen trees, sign donations, and rules update. Sign donations, I got letter, and then the rest of it, just whole. Cheshire Road widening, easements and fiber, anything new?
There's nothing new. Apparently, Steve Lewis hadn't received a copy of our adopted resolution. Jeff, do you know if that, did they ask for a certified copy of our resolution? And if not, could you send one to Steve Lewis?
I don't know anybody that asked me for a copy of anything. Who is Steve?
Steve Lewis is it's under the auditor's office. He is the head of,
Steve Lewis, a certified copy.
of the resolution of our agreement regarding, the agreement of the fiber and the, computer, what was the terminology they used?
Does he know what he wants? I'll just go to him and ask him what he wants and get it for him.
Good point.
It's when we adopted all the road widening things, and it was, in regards to the data board, really. So otherwise, we're waiting on the county, because they have to actually widen the road so that we can then install the fiber.
Can we get ready with the other stuff that we're gonna do?
We just need to wait on,
Just wait on.
we do.
Now, we're
Now,
not talking about some stuff in house, we got, noise.
that would come from Steve Lewis.
Okay, so you think through that.
Yeah, now we're gonna pay for it, but he, in fact, we have to go through him because
Okay.
he wants security, and so.
No problem. Parks and trails on this.
Yes.
Did you have anything else?
Not at this time, but we may need to just briefly touch on it at the next meeting.
Okay, Parks and trails on this.
Dan, from Evans Farms did reach out to our Parks and Trails Committee, following the last meeting. He has spoken to Zach Brown, and I have a meeting with Dan, next Monday at 4:30. I was going to see if somebody from Parks and Trails could also join that meeting as well for a moment, solely to discuss the trails plan. I made it very clear that I won't talk about any development or potential parcel or anything related to zoning, but we can talk about that. And then with the school, the Shanahan Road Trail, not a lot of progress there, but I have verbal commitments to agree to all the items that we had requested wanting, including the crosswalk from the greenery across the street at North Road. And then not exceeding past the farms, and then not exceeding past Timber Railway. And so I think we're in good shape. And that, as you may recall, is that Berlin Township would pay for 50% of the construction of the trail, but Orange would be the one to permanently maintain it. The county has indicated that they would like to join with us and just amend the initial agreement for the Shanahan widening to add that. So we'll see how that all plays out. And then at the high school, I don't know if you all know this, but at Berlin High School, they got the ditch covered up going up to the Peanut as if they're putting in a trail. And I have not seen any plans for the trail to connect to Peanut, but we had spoken to the school a number of months ago about that, the plan that we did see not going up to that Peanut, and that was gonna cause major safety concerns. So I wasn't sure if you gentlemen had any news on that or.
My last conversation was with, the engineer,
Jordan,
anyhow.
Jeff Gordon, right?
Yeah, Jeff, with Jeff, and, what he had said was they didn't have a plan for going up there yet because they didn't know how to get across the ditch. And they didn't want to pay for the tile and that sort of thing. I think we got to try and pay for the tile, get the tile in place. I think that's where that came from. So now it's time for me to go back and those two guys were working together, Doug and Jeff, and I could go back and I can bug Jeff and just ask him where he's
You
at.
can, or I can have the Parks and Trails Committee go bug Jeff.
If you want to do that, that's fine.
Take something off your plate there.
I'm easy with that. I'm easy with
Why
that.
don't I have somebody from Parks and Trails just get the information and I'll share it out. Because if they've already committed to it and they're doing it, it's just an update, one less thing. But if we need to do anything or take any action or whatever, we'll bring it back here.
Well, and if you have any trouble, let me know, because the agreement that I did with Jeff was that we get the tile in, or get the tile underneath there, and then he got the tile.
And so he's got the gravel over.
Ready with that.
Yeah.
How big a tile is it?
It's like a problem.
And how long?
Probably 10 foot.
Why is that so much more expensive than everything else? I think the stone and the top would have been more expensive.
Not if you're looking for a reason to not.
Okay.
Well, it was, I felt like they were that they got the safety issue really well last time.
And I'm not saying anything, I'm just saying,
I understand.
there can be a lot of reasons that you come up with reasons like that. Okay.
I don't know if it's price still, but it's expensive.
Deed restrictions for Pine Road. I got a call from, Tony, and he was working with some attorney about getting those deed restrictions in place. He understands what we want, which is we want it to be a daycare center and not everything else that's in the book. So he's working on that.
That's correct.
And I don't know if you talked with me before or after you, but what their attorney wanted was basically to say, that's all this owner would do, but they weren't committed to it running off the land.
That was the part that, and what he said was that this owner is willing to commit to that. So, okay, that's what we want. We want something that's gonna stay that way long term, not something that's.
Change to a gas station.
Yeah, because if he flips it and they say, well, I didn't do it, that's the problem.
Didn't happen. Okay. Representation for BZA, BZC meetings.
We already discussed that.
Got that taken care of, I think. Township administrator updates.
Executive session.
Okay. Access management plan. Nothing that I've done. I need to keep working on. Too many things. Probation period for employees handbook.
I am working on that.
Good, no problem. Future meetings. We got a meeting Thursday night with, the Delaware County Township Association.
Yep.
Let's see if there's something else you want to say.
No,
Okay, and, I got a work meeting Thursday morning, or Thursday at noon. And that's all I know of at this point.
I do have a general health district meeting that was continued. Now, if for some reason I can't go, I'll call you because by statute.
I'll try to.
Okay, I plan to go,
Mhm.
but it seems like there was another meeting the same day, at the same time.
When is it?
Central committee, but it's not a township meeting, but it's another meeting I need to go to. So I'm trying to coordinate it, but if I can't,
Let me know. Give me a little warning, but yeah, let me know. Late items.
I don't have any late items.
it's too late for late items.
I don't need it. It's too late. Okay, let's have a executive session.
Move to recess into executive session from regular session pursuant to ORC 121.22G1 to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official.
Richard, is that?
With the fiscal officer, board of trustees, and possibly Dave Riefenhoff.
Okay.
I second?
Call roll, please.
Brown,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes. Meeting adjourned off.
thank you.
Madam Chair, can I,
Yeah, that's good.
make a motion that we return to the regular session from executive session?
I second.
Call the roll.
Bullard,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Radel,
Yes.
Okay, we had an executive session. No decisions were made and no actions were taken. Do we have any follow-up?
No, not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
I'm ready to adjourn if the motion will be accepted.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
call the roll, please.
Ryan. Yes. Radel,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes. I think you're gonna get yeses from everybody.
I was gonna say, do I need to?
Turn it off.
Another great meeting.
So when I said